What's going on? What's the word? Let me see. Um, what's going on, Jules? What's up, everybody? What's the word? What's the word? I see Jules finished her Last of Us Part 1. It's good shit, good shit. I'm sure it took several hours, but I'm also quite sure it was enjoyable. Uh, oh boy. Don't get me started on who should be in what for Tekken. I don't want the anime nerds to come after me again. Wagwan, brethren. Yo, teach. Wagwan star. General. Hello, Dennis. Dennis Velick, 1246. I definitely assume that is not a birthday. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like at some point I am going to rant. I think me ranting on these streams is it's kind of inevitable. But there's a difference between I think ranting and raging out. So this is why I put in the thumbnail in like the little silly word bubble where I think I said something along the lines of warning, subject, or I think I said I might subject to rant slash rage about either Tekken or the gaming industry. And I think and I even made a tweet where I'm like fucking annoyed and shit. And just to kind of illustrate this. So this last thing I left here where I'm just like, as I say here, and I mean this, and I understand that there might be some people that might take offense to this, but anytime I see people, because the thing is, for June 7th, and I'm well aware of June 2nd for Sony, but June 7th, Microsoft has their little conference or their little direct or whatever. And there was some fool that was in that particular thread on Microsoft saying something along the lines of talking about Gears of War and saying that, well, consoles are too expensive. Can you reduce the cost of an Xbox like you did Game Pass? And I think he even tagged Asha Sharma in there. And so being the nice Samaritan that I am, being the Samaritan, being the person that, I am very, very knowledgeable on these matters, far more than the average person. I proceed to attempt to educate this gentleman on why Xboxes, PlayStations, and soon to be that cash grab of a console called the Nintendo Switch 2, why they are all increased in price. Now, of course, because I don't pay for Twitter, I'm limited by 140 characters. So I try to do every kind of English language shortcut I could. And then that sparked a little bit of a back and forth. To say I kind of raged out is a little bit of an understatement, because I understand that there are people out there, gamers, they feel they have a seat at the table when it comes to these type of situations and these matters. I believe me, I've seen it countless times. The problem is that the vast majority, and I say the majority, meaning not everybody, I try to make that abundantly clear. But the majority of gamers out there, they don't know what the fuck they are talking about beyond pressing buttons. They don't. They fucking don't. They do not. It doesn't take that much effort to do a simple Google search. Type in a query asking, why are video game consoles more expensive now than they were at launch? I believe a fucking 8-year-old could do this. But somehow grown-ass men, and a few women I've seen as well, but mostly the men, unfortunately, it's like they have in their mind their own headcanon, like they're a fucking bunch of anime nerds, and they're coming up with these self-fulfilled ignorant takes that have nothing to do with anything, that is among the most cringiest shit I have heard in the last 10 years. So for someone like myself, who has been following the gaming industry for well over 2 decades, I have placed myself in this world. I have spent many times of researching, and it's like it's sort of, I think the best way to explain this, it's like somebody is telling me 2 plus 2 is 1 million. I'm looking at this person like, what? 2 plus 2 is 4. But they're going to die on this hill trying to convince me that no, 2 plus 2 is 1 million. This is what I see in the gaming space. And this goes beyond Tekken, this goes beyond fighting games. It's just gamers in general. Now, there's nothing wrong with being ignorant. Being ignorant is not disrespectful. It reminds me when I was talking about the anime nerds out there, how they were getting butthurt about the word nerd. And despite me actually on live fucking stream typing up the very definition, showcasing the definition of nerd, they still find they're in their feelings. So I'm not surprised that people don't even understand what the definition of being ignorant is. Being ignorant is not a bad thing. We are all ignorant to some things. We are all ignorant. But it's another thing when you are ignorant and you just, instead of doing any kind of research, you're like doubling and tripling down. You're being wrong and strong. I'll use myself as an example. This whole dust up with the fucking anime nerds and that community when it came to the Tekken character, the Yujiro Hanmo character, Hanma. Like, I don't give a fuck about this character, but they got in their feelings about it because I said some random obscure character. And the thing is, if you were to read that tweet, and if you have if you have a grasp of the English language, it is very apparent to an intelligent person that my positioning on this is that it was obscure and random to me because I don't follow anime like that. I didn't say the character was shit. I didn't say any of that. So it's like, it's kind of like going back to that. You have a bunch of people in the gaming industry that are so ignorant, but instead of humbling themselves, putting aside their ego and saying, you know something? Okay, let me do a little bit of research. Now, in my defense, that whole thing about the whole Yujiro, that character, because I don't pay for Twitter, and it's clear because, well, I don't know if you pay for Twitter, you get the check mark. I don't fucking know. But either way, when you put out a tweet, you can't alter it. You can't edit. You can't do nothing with it. So I set it and forget it. I post it and forget it. I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. Out of curiosity, I looked up, what is this show about? Who is this character? Now, upon learning some surface level information about the character, as a gamer, as I stated, no articles reached me as a gamer, but articles relating to Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy reached me. So in that sense, I'm only going by what I observe within the gaming space, because Tekken is a video game. Tekken is not an anime. Tifa from Final Fantasy is a video game. It is not an anime. Yujiro Hanmo is a fucking anime character from an animated franchise. So why would I be looking in that direction? Right? Now, to kind of juxtapose this back on over to the video game industry as a whole, there are people, for instance, that are arguing currently right now, that Microsoft should stop putting games on PlayStation. They are saying right now that the upcoming Microsoft showcase should have no PlayStation logos in their show. That is the argument. Here is the funny thing about that, because right now I'm ranting. I'm not raging out, but I'm ranting right now. So enjoy the ride that Blood Red is taking you on right now. So I'm like, okay, you are aware that this entire time Microsoft has been doing this strategy. Microsoft has generated $650 million of revenue by porting Xbox games on PlayStation hardware. So do you really think, business-wise, Microsoft gives two flying fucks about what some dumb fuck that only knows how to mash buttons bitching and complaining about, oh, we don't want PlayStation logos in our direct show? Fuck out of here. This is business. It's like, there are moments, I will tell you, chat, that I wish I had Joe Rogan reach. I wish in certain moments I had the size and influence of Joe Rogan. Because there are so many people I wish that I could collectively tell and say, respectfully, speaking on these particular matters, you are completely ignorant and so far off the beaten path. I urge you to utilize the internet for its main direct intention, which is to research. Instead of going on Twitter and fucking mashing your fucking buttons on your phone, coming up with bullshit. That's the thing that I can't stand. And it is in moments like this where I wish, oh my God, if Blood Red, if I had that level of influence, oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Number one, I would likely be canceled. That's for damn fucking sure. I would most likely be canceled. It is unequivocally I would be canceled. And you know what? I wouldn't give two fucks. I wouldn't give two shits. I wouldn't. I'd be like, okay. I will deal with the people who have common sense, that actually use their brain. That is the people I want to stick with. The people that would cancel me, they can go fuck themselves. Literally. They can copulate amongst themselves. That's it. I am so sick and tired. It enrages me that people with influence, people that have these monumental sized fucking channels, YouTubes, the Twitters, the fucking Twitches, and they are collectively dumb fucks. And what ends up happening, it is literally the blind leading the blind. So no one's really learning shit. It's just bullshit being fed from their mouth to their ears every single time. And it's just like, okay, let's go back to the Tekken situation. Let's go back to the Tekken real quick. This whole anime situation, I have said in the 2 videos that I posted on my channel, I said, I don't care about either character. I don't give a fuck about Yujiro Hanma. I don't give a fuck about Tifa Lockhart. I don't care about guest characters in a fighting game, period. The only thing I was doing with those videos, the intent, the collective intent of those videos was to highlight that while the Yujiro Hanma character was popular, I was merely highlighting that there was also a very large demand for a Final Fantasy character called Tifa Lockhart. I didn't shit on these people's character. I didn't shit on their Baki show. I did nothing. But you know what these dumb fuck anime nerds did? They literally went into my comment section and they proceeded to do what I've come to learn what some within the anime community does, which is be unhinged and completely stupid. They did exactly what I've come to expect from them, from that community. Not all, but a good percentage. So much so that that I had some idiot on my last stream that I had to actually ban on my channel. People that were so unhinged. I kept asking this guy, essentially, what is the issue? You have your character. Like, it just goes to show that there are people out there that are just mentally unwell. And I understand everybody has a voice. I understand everybody has their opinion. But there is no need to defend and go on a crusade over a topic that is not being attacked by the speaker. It's wild to me. It's a mind fucked. It truly is. So between talking about gaming, which I've even said, I've said this. Wait a minute. This is going to be triggering to some of you anime nerds. But I actually call myself a nerd because that's what it is. I nerd out on fitness. I nerd out on video games. I nerd out on the gaming industry. I even nerd out on combat sports. So if I'm calling myself a nerd, and I'm clearly utilizing it not in a derogatory way, then why are there still some idiots out there that were like, oh, I don't like how he was expressing himself. I don't like the term nerd. So yeah. I'm just like, I'm all over the place right now when it comes to just because in my mind right now, there's the Microsoft situation. There is the cost of consoles. There is the situation with Game Pass. There is the AI situation. There is the Tekken fucking anime nerds that's getting butthurt over anybody that's mentioning anything outside of worldly praise for their fucking Yujiro Hanmo character. So it's like, which one do I tackle? Or do I just pick them all? And it's just like, sometimes when I hit live and I'm like, sometimes I feel like, should I just have a structure? And then there are moments where I'm like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm gonna say whatever comes to my mind. And whoever taps in, they taps in. They enjoy the ride that old Red is going to take them on, or they can skedaddle. They can go bye-bye. They can go back to their whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it goes. So that's how I'm feeling right now. And that's just what it is. People are triggered over the simplest shit. Back in my time, since I'm a middle-aged, 45-year-old man, we used to have an expression, and I'm going to put some of you young folk onto it. It goes like this. If it don't apply, let it fly. I'm going to say it again. If it don't apply, like applies to you, then let it fly. But if you're getting triggered by it, then obviously deep down in your soul, in your psyche, you know it applies to you. That's why you're getting triggered off of it. That's real shit. That's like, you know what that's like? That's like if I were to be in a room full of women, and I would say, all you bitches in here are ugly as fuck. if you are a female in that room and you know that you are not what I describe a bunch of strangers, if you know within yourself that that does not apply to you, you wouldn't be triggered. That's the difference between somebody that is secure within themselves and someone that's weak-minded. That's real shit. And this is where when I go back to the whole Tekken 8 situation with the little anime character, I'm like, I'm gonna rattle this off again for some of you new people that might be here in the chat that's, you know, probably didn't even subscribe to my fucking channel. I never shitted on Yujiro Hanma. I never criticized his inclusion. I did not shit on the Baki show. I acknowledged the financial, or shall I say the temporary sales spike of Tekken 8 as a result of his announcement. I gave credit and I guess praise that the character, for those that wanted the character, that they got the character. So I'm like, so out of these 5 things, right? These 5 things I just mentioned, how and why the fuck did these anime nerds go after me? It's just, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. It truly is. But, you know, it's just crazy to me that people, they tend to they speak about things passionately that they don't even know about. If you were to go and talk about how you feel, how your day is going, what you have planned, that's fine. That's fine. But the minute you are talking about something relating to the gaming industry that you really don't know much about, when I listen to the majority of those people, it makes me want to detach my own head and smash it against a concrete wall. It's like nails going down a chalkboard. You know what I would much rather? I would much rather people say, ask a question. Why is it that PlayStation and Microsoft, why are the fucking consoles so expensive? I'd much rather a question. That's what I would like. I would rather somebody asks questions. Because at least when you're asking a question, you are opening yourself open. You're opening yourself, or should I say, you're positioning yourself to get an answer. But that's not what the majority of people in the gaming space do. Instead, what they do, and what I've unfortunately borne witness to, they come up with their own thing, their own like their own. I don't even know how to even. I don't even know what word to use for it. Their own thing. So when someone of my experience reads this, I don't just pounce on them. I don't jump on them. You know, I don't do that. I respectfully, I tell them what it is and what it's not. And in many cases, not all, I will admit that, but in many cases, I follow up my information with either a link or links, plural, to back up what I am saying. And you know what a lot of those people do? They fight, they resist, they even sometimes mock me. They either try to troll me, they try to say I'm wrong. And at that point, the fucking gloves come the fuck off. Then, at that point, I then begin to shit all over you and your perspectives at that point with extreme prejudice. I have no, what's the word I'm looking for? I have no remorse for people who want to be wrong and strong. I have no remorse for them. I will attack them like flies on shit, like white on rice. I don't care. I respect someone that legitimately doesn't know and is posing questions to find out why. I respect those people. Those are the people I respect. Because we are all that person. None of us know everything. But some of us, we specialize in different shit. For me, when it comes to fitness, nutrition, the video game industry, that's my shit. Those are my lanes. If I have to put it in order, gaming industry, fitness, nutrition, in order. There is very few people I have come across that can fuck with me in any of those three. Very few. And it doesn't take me long to recognize it. It's like the term you hear, real recognize real. I can hear or read someone's response. Even if I disagree with them, I can see the intelligence. I can read the intelligence of their tweet, or maybe if I'm listening to a YouTube video. But conversely, the opposite is true as well. I can look at someone's reply, their retort, and I can see, okay, this person doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just don't. So I try now sometimes I'm a little bit more patient on different days. I'll probably engage with the person and I'm like going through why Microsoft is doing what they're doing, why Sony is doing what they're doing, what to expect, what's going down, what's the forecast for the next couple of years going into 2035, maybe 2033. I'm going through all of this. If they need articles, I will do the research myself. I will funnel the articles. I will either go through analysis websites if I need to, if it's that deep. But a lot of times I don't need to go that deep. But if I have to, if I have to go into my war chest, if I have to pull out the big guns, I will if I need to. Most of the time, I just go right off top my own knowledge, my own experience. So it just gets very annoying when I see people, and a lot of times a lot of times I do blame the larger influencers. I do blame the larger YouTube channels for this because, like I say, it's literally the blind leading the blind. You may have a casual gamer or somebody that's very much avid into gaming, and they're going to that particular creator for answers. They're going to that particular creator for some insight. So I don't blame those particular people. They're just merely going to who they feel they could get answers from. But instead, without them really knowing any better, the people they're going to, they don't know shit beyond a touch of death combo or what's +5 on hit or some shit like that. They don't know anything about this industry. They don't. They fucking don't. If I were to get any one of these creators, most of them, if I were to corner them in the middle of the street and say, put them on the spot, tell me exactly what is the issues with Sony in present day right now. Go. I am willing to wager that 70% of the people that profess to speak about Sony topics, I will hear so much stuttering and because they ain't got their script in front of them. They ain't got their teleprompter in front of them. I love, because you know what? There's been times in my past where I've done just that. There's been times where I would like, and not just like in the street, but like at a video game tournament, for instance, like, you know, places where you would think most, you know, gamers would be at, whether it's for fighting games or people just, they would think they know what they know. And I would put them on the spot. And not just the industry, like maybe a fighting game. Maybe I would say, okay, so tell me why this character is the way they are. Why did the developer go this particular direction with this game? What's the end goal? Go. Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying, but you're not saying shit. Tell me why. Let me hear. Why did Mortal Kombat 1 fail? Why is Tekken 8 for the casuals? See, you're not going to come across a lot of people that really know the finer details on industry-related matters. A creator is likely going to tell you, if we're talking about a fighting game, they're likely to tell you who's top tier, who isn't, what's the best moves, who has the best assist, game-related shit. And that's fine. If they want to stay in their lane with that, that's cool. Godspeed with them. But why is this particular character top tier? Why, game after game after game, is this character consistently at this particular point? Why is it like this? Why does Heat and Rage exist in Tekken? Why was cameos added to Mortal Kombat? See, when we're talking about the actual mechanics of a fighting game, what that really is, in layman's terms, the engine. Not to be confused with the game engine that the game was developed using. That's a totally different topic. But the in-game mechanics of a game, of a fighting game specifically, because RPGs and JRPGs, that's entirely different mechanics in that way. But for fighting games, the mechanics of a fighting game is the parameters that every single player has to abide by. I don't give a fuck if you're Knee. I don't care if you're Arslan Ash. I don't care if you're JDCR. I don't give a fuck if you're an Evo World Champion. I don't give a flying rat's ass of your accolades. Because you playing this fighting game, you are bound by the mechanics of the game that the developer has set forth. You're not... Knee is not going to change the frame property of a move from Brian Fury, to put it in a different way. Knee is going to use Brian Fury according to and limited by the parameters of the mechanics and the character that the developer has decided to have it designed as. That's it. No more, no less. The only thing a player is going to do is maybe tap deeper into that particular character's blueprint. That's it. So this is the reason why whenever I talk about Tekken, this is why I say from a mechanical standpoint, Tekken 8 is fucking dog shit. This is why I try to be clear in my criticism of Tekken 8 as a product. This has nothing to do with the netcode of Tekken 8. This has nothing to do with the graphical prowess of Tekken 8, the story of Tekken 8, the particle effects of the attacks that land on your character. None of that shit. I am talking about the mechanics of Tekken 8. And for some reason, there are far too many players that cannot they cannot separate that distinction. It's like they have tunnel vision. All they know is buffs and nerfs. That's all they know, because that's it. That's as far as their experience can go. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's just when these people try to go outside of their lane, that's like you're a doctor, but you're trying to tell the person fixing your car what the problem is, or vice versa. Stay in your fucking lane. I think if more people were to do that, I actually think social media would be much better. I actually believe that. And if you want to step out of your lane, then do it properly. Learn some shit, research some shit, and then come back and then engage. But that is not what I usually see on social media. It isn't. I see far too many people, like I said, they want to have a seat at the table. They want to have a seat at the table and speak about matters they have no idea about. They just don't. So it really is wild to me. So let me try to break down real quick, and I'm gonna put a chapter on this, on why the mechanics of Tekken 8 is dog shit. Let me explain this. Let's do a we're gonna zoom out of the game, and we're gonna look at it objectively from the top down. From the very beginning, Tekken 8 was designed to be based solely with the mandate of it being an aggressive fighting game. That's what Tekken 8 is, right? It's based off aggression. That's not my opinion. That is a fact. That is what the developers of Tekken 8 wanted this game to be. Okay. So we have the general direction, aggression. Okay. So from round one fight, you're going to go unga bunga, crazy. You're going to go ham, hard as a motherfucker. And then once a character gets into rage, now you gift the player a rage art. Okay. The rage art mechanic is classified as a comeback mechanic. Okay. We get that. It's not a mechanic that is built. It's not earned. It's gifted to the player that is getting his or her ass beat in the game. So that means if I versus you in Tekken, from round one fight, right? We both have 100% health. My skills against your skills. My understanding of frame data versus, well, maybe your lack of understanding. So I get the better of you. And I am doing exactly what the developers developed the game to be. I am being aggressive. I am mauling you. I am pushing your shit forward. Now you're in rage. And these same developers that created the game to be aggressive decided it was a great idea to implement a bailout, a rage art mechanic that cannot one-to-one be snuffed out by any move in the game. And the only thing that the winning player can do is to go into what I refer to as bait mode and try to bait the opponent to throw out their rage art, by which time the winning player, now safe from getting fucking screwed, can now punish said rage art. Okay. Now, why is it in this horrific design that, again, and I know I'm speaking in concise English, but I'm gonna break it down again. Tekken 8 is designed for aggression. I fuck you up in the round. You are at death's door. You now are gifted a nuclear missile by which is activated by one input, which is down forward, both punches. It's not a motion. It's not a charge. It's just rage art. So that means if I am even throwing a 10-frame jab, I am now going to watch your cutscene. I can't grab it. You can't strike it low. So now what ends up happening is this. The winning player has a decision to make. And this decision is one of two things. Either the winning player that has earned that round by being aggressive, which is the very mandate of Tekken 8, they are now met with a decision to either keep with their aggression to get you out of there or run the risk of getting hit by some bullshit haymaker that's gifted to the losing player, risking the winning player that was playing the game as designed, them getting fucked over in the round or the set. This is where I ask the developers, what the fuck do you want? Do you want me to be aggressive, or do you want me to scale back and play defensively? Which is it? Because, like I said, round one, we're gonna go ham. Rock'em sock'em robots. Rock'em sock'em robots. But now when this guy is in heat, now I gotta think. Is he gonna do it? Is he not gonna do it? And you know what ends up happening? And a lot of the dumb fucks out there that still for some reason don't understand what I'm saying. You know what ends up happening? If I'm the winning player, well, I don't want to get rage arted off of a fucking random. So you know what? I'm now gonna stop pressing buttons. I'm gonna stop doing the very thing that got your ass dead to rights. I'm going to stop pressing buttons. I'm going to stop my whole offense. I'm going to stop my whole momentum because I don't know if you're going to throw a fucking Hail Mary rage art or not. And if you don't, I have basically conceded my momentum and I have allowed you to get back into the round because I am afraid that you're just going to go fucking random. Because there's really nothing you're going to do about it. Nothing. There is no direct challenge of that mechanic. If you press anything, you are going to lose 50 plus damage and watch a stupid fucking cutscene. So you are now forced, as the offensive player that has earned his or her round, you are forced into one or two decisions. Either take the risk and try to get them out of there, or try to take your foot off the gas and see if they throw it out. That is one of the most pathetic fucking design choices I have seen in the last 15 years of fighting game design. It is absolute shit. Absolute shit. Absolute. And to be fair, you know what I've said over the months? You know what I've said? I've said this many times. I said if they want to do that, if Namco really wanted to do this, then you know what they should have done? Why not give Rage Arts the same weakness properties that an armor attack has? With an armor attack, if someone is spamming armor moves, you can grab them, you can attack them low on startup, and it will snuff out the entire animation. But for some fucking ungodly reason, and it's rhetorical because I know why they did it this way, I'll get into that very soon, but they made sure that there is no offensive challenge to a Rage Art. Do any of you people that play Tekken even recognize this? There is no offensive deterrent to that shit. None. I've even had a few fools that said, well, yeah, you can snuff out a Rage Art if you're plus frames enough. Well, I think these people don't realize something about that. In order for you to get plus frames enough to where your subsequent move can snuff out a Rage Art, I hate to even, I feel like I'm insulting people's intelligence by saying this, but it has to be said. In order to elicit, and to you people typing in the chat, if it's directed toward me, stop fucking typing and listen. In order to elicit that, you first have to put a move on the opponent's block. I'm going to say it again. In order to effectively snuff out a Rage Art, you have to first place a move on your opponent's block, or you have to hit them. That's it. And in the attempt of doing that, you can be Rage Arted. So it goes right back to my point. So the only thing you can really do is put your fucking controller down, back away, and see if your opponent is going to go YOLO and throw out that fucking move. Because to do anything else, well, enjoy the cutscene. You have to go into bait mode. There is nothing offensively that you can do, which completely goes against the very design mandate of Tekken 8, which is aggression. What is the opposite of aggression? What is the opposite of aggression, ladies and gentlemen? Is it not to do nothing? So how the fuck do you design a game that is rooted in aggression, but then you give the defensive player that is getting his fucking ass beat a mechanic that countermands the very mandate that you designed the game around? The fuck out of here. Only dumb fucks will argue this factual point against me. So don't be a dumb fuck. Don't argue that. There are certain things like water is wet. There are just certain things like outer space is a fucking vacuum. There are certain things that is just undeniably true. Do not argue with me. If you want to argue who the best character is, fine. I don't waste my time on shit like that. But this is the fucking facts. And it is the primary reason why I say fuck Tekken 8. Because I am sick and tired of every single fucking round where a motherfucker gets enraged. I have to now go into fucking bait mode because I don't know if this fool is just gonna go and pull the trigger or not. I am tired. I spent 2 seasons dealing with that shit. Fuck that fucking game. So that's why I laugh. This is why I laugh at a lot of these anime nerds out there that's like, oh, we got our Yujiro Hanmo character. Bro, do these people really think that this Yujiro Hanma character is going to improve the game? Guest characters have nothing to do with the game itself. It boggles my mind how there are so many dumb fucks in the fighting game community that just clearly they just don't understand shit. Because I am a very intelligent, and yes, I am tooting my fucking horn because god damn it, I've been in this shit for well over 20 fucking years. Unlike the majority of the people in the FGC, just speaking about that tiny ass fucking market, I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. And this is precisely why I quit playing Tekken 8. Because I know more than likely heat and rage arts are going nowhere. Because the very reason why these bullshit mechanics exist in the first place is to appeal to the larger casual market, which is around 72 point whatever the fucking final number was percent of the fucking casual market versus the traditional market. This goes right back to the overall arcing fucking point as to why gaming has gone more in line with the modern audience, with making games more scrubby and brain rot, and making easy modes for games. Because why? They are trying to increase their TAM, their total addressable market. Because when you have a game like Tekken 8 that cost upwards of $122 million to create, there is no way in fucking hell that the hardcore sweats were going to recoup those development costs. It was never going to happen. So that is why Tekken went the direction they went. And in knowing this, this is precisely why I wiped my hands of the game. Now, what I will say is this. If any of you people realize that a lot of these patches for Tekken 8, are you guys noticing that they're making a lot more changes to the heat mechanic? I understand buffs and nerfs are very important for you people, but on the more important side of things, heat has been altered several times. If I were to take a guess, an educated guess, and look at the direction of where things are going as it relates and pertains to that bullshit piss poor mechanic, the trending direction, if you would, I would not be surprised at some point, whether it's season 4, whether it's season 5, that heat will be phased out. I won't be surprised. I won't hold my breath, but I won't be surprised. Because I'm seeing far too many alterations to heat. I'm not seeing buffs to heat. I'm seeing a lot of alterations in the vein of what you can say are nerfs. I'm not seeing them give heat anything, really. Not really. So if I'm looking at it objectively, it is trending in the direction that at some point in time, heat itself is going to be a heavily nerfed mechanic, or it's going to be phased out entirely. But that requires some forward thinking, which is a lot of the fighting game community, they're incapable of doing that. It's just what it is. They're too focused on who's buffs, who's nerfed, who's the top character. That's literally their whole that's their whole thing. That's it. I am so far beyond that. That was me back when I was in my 20s, when I wanted to see who's the best character. I'm far beyond that shit. Many of you are still stuck on that. I'm like, I'm on another planet when it comes to that. You guys are still on Earth, arguing about who's the best character. I don't give a fuck about that. Like that's irrelevant to me. I am more concerned with the mechanics of a fighting game. This is why I enjoy Invincible Versus more. This is why I will even fucking say, and I will be 10 toes down, that Invincible Versus shits on Tekken 8 mechanically. Oh, you guys can have a feel. Go and rage type in the chat if you want. I will say it again. Invincible Versus shits on Tekken 8 mechanically. Not even a fucking question. No fucking question. It is not even close. I will take Invincible Versus any day of the fucking week and twice on fucking Sunday mechanically. Now, I'm not arguing which game is more popular. I'm not arguing which game has more known characters. I ain't talking about that bullshit. I'm talking about mechanic-wise. Gameplay mechanics. I am 10 toes down. I will fucking gladly die on this hill. I will sacrifice my soul on this hill. Tekken has always been a scrubby, brain dead, brain rot game from the very beginning. In fact, oh, we're raging today. We are fucking raging today. Oh my God, you guys are in a fuck. You guys are in, man, enjoy the ride Blood Red is taking you guys on. That's all I can say. For the life of me, I'm going to say, and you know what? Feel free, get ready to clip this part right now. You ready? You ready? I don't know how in the fuck Tekken survived past their first game. I don't. Tekken 1, many of you probably weren't even born at that time. Tekken 1 was absolute dog shit. I am old enough to remember a game, I think it was called Battle Arena Toshinden. I was about 14 years old. And I can remember how I felt playing that game versus playing Tekken 1. And to this day, I don't know how the fuck Tekken survived. I don't. I have no idea. Because Toshinden was by far the better overall game. Like that it wasn't even fucking close. So I don't know what kind of financial wizardry Namco did with Tekken to make that, because that first game was absolute shit. Oh my God. That game was horrific. And then when Harada came on the scene and got more involved with Tekken 3, that's where things started to turn around. But Tekken 1, oh my God, that shit was dog shit. Fuck. Oh my God. Jesus H. Christ. That shit was horrific. You guys just don't know. Some of you were still floating in your father's testicles at that time. You motherfuckers have no idea. The only time you guys really know is probably you guys went on YouTube and watched it. I lived it. That game was dog shit. I don't know how the fuck they survived that. Shit. That shit needs to be studied. Because Tekken 1 was uber god awful trash. But they weathered the storm. So when I look at Tekken versus a superior game by the name of Virtua Fighter, here's another clippable moment for you guys. Virtua Fighter has always been the superior game compared to Tekken. It has never been close. If you want to play an actual fighting game, play Virtua Fighter. If you want to play something that's shock and awe and brain rot and just to fuck around with, you play Tekken. It's always been that way. You guys, let me put you guys onto some fucking knowledge here. The character of Baek Doosan, Hwoarang, Eddie Gordo, those characters were specifically designed to only require 2 brain cells to use. And with each iteration of the Tekken franchise, the Namco developers made those characters more and more insufferable with each passing iteration. So to you Eddie Gordo players, to you Hwoarang players, to you Baek Doosan players, I'm only stating the facts. They were among the only characters where you could literally press buttons almost infinitely while maintaining a forward movement with the character. I hate to be the one to, you know, break the bad news. But that's just their very design was meant for players who have 2 brain cells. That's it. So you guys can argue that, but that would be like arguing that water is wet. That's basically what that is. And I don't care who doesn't like it. I don't care who unsubscribes because you're in your fucking feelings, like the anime nerds who got in their feelings over, oh, we're not nerds. I don't care. I don't give 2 shits. I don't care. If Sega plays their cards right and they don't drop the ball, Virtua Fighter 6 is going to be the fighting game that people who actually want actual combat, they're going to go to play Virtua Fighter 6. This is why I said in one of my videos, if you're subscribed to the channel, just fucking subscribe. It's free. Just go hit subscribe and do me a favor. But those of you that are, you will have seen that I have a video where I was talking about the exodus of Tekken players migrating to Virtua Fighter 6. Of course, this is wholly dependent on if Sega does not fuck up and drop the ball. If Sega locks in and they don't drop the ball, Virtua Fighter 6 is going to be a very important shift in the 3-dimensional fighting game landscape, because right now there is absolutely no competition for the Tekken franchise. And for some of you who may not be aware, if there is no competition, it does not benefit consumers. You want competition. This is why I use the examples, and I've done this before, with Diablo 4 versus Path of Exile, or Path of Exile 2. Diablo is the market leader of ARPGs. But Path of Exile is a very strong title, and it gives Diablo sizable competition. It forces the Diablo developers to stay on their fucking grind to stave off the possible, I want to say outright takeover, but of the developers who make Path of Exile from seizing market share from Diablo. You need competition in everything. Tekken does not have a Path of Exile competitor right now. So you have Tekken that's just putting out whatever the fuck they want to put out, and there's no other real alternative out there. This is why I try to, this is why in some moments where I rage, I get frustrated, because there are too many dumb fuck creators out there that don't know what they're talking about, and they spew nonsense. And then when a lot of you viewers watch these channels, you guys actually think what they are saying is the gospel. And then what happens is some of those people from those particular channels, they happen and stumble upon my channel or my Twitter, and they try to parrot the talking points of dumb fucks, whereby I try to educate, I try to steer people in the right direction, and I just feel like, why did I even bother? Why did I even fucking bother? I should literally allow people to fester in their own stupidity. I should. Sometimes I do. When I talk about competition across all manner of genres, whether it's racing, fighting, ARPG, CRPG, JRPG, action. When I talk about competition, it is 100% to the benefit of you, the consumer, that there is a competitor. Even if they are not doing great. When you have Virtua Fighter, when you have Dead or Alive, both of those franchises, for as long as I can remember, were never going to overtake Tekken. But that wasn't the point. The point was not to overtake them. The point was to have an alternative. That's the point. And even though they're not overtaking them in that way, it still forces and prompts the market leader to make adjustments, to be more creative. Because just because you're in last place today, it doesn't mean you're in last place tomorrow. Things can flip, things can change. Once upon a time ago, let me give you people a history lesson. There existed a franchise by the name of Gran Turismo. You know what happened to them? They are no longer relevant. But back in the early 2000s, they were. And their only real competition, if you can, depending on how old you are and how far back you want to go, you had your Need for Speeds, you had your Ridge Racers, you've had your Project Gotham Racing, you may have had your offshoot Formula One type games. Hell, you even had some fucking NASCAR games way back when. But Gran Turismo was the market leader. Was the market leader. Now, Forza. So I think what ends up happening a lot of times is that you have some fanatical gamers out there that don't, I think they feel like their franchises is untouchable, that their franchises can't lose. And you may even have some developers out there that feel we're untouchable. We can't lose. Again, Gran Turismo. Enough said. I watched a very good video from a creator. I'm not subscribed to him because it was my first video watching him, but he did a pretty good job at breaking down the history of the beginning of Gran Turismo and the rise of Forza Motorsport, which led into Forza Horizon, to where now Forza playground games, they pretty much stand alone. They stand alone. Every other game in the racing genre, there are others. It's not like they're the only show in town. But let's be real. Nothing is coming close to Forza at this point. Nothing. Nothing is coming close. Other companies need to step their fucking game up in the racing genre. Now, there is a bit of a contradiction, and I gotta put the disclaimer, because even though Forza is the market leader, that's undisputable, and they're really like, there's nobody close, you kind of got to give them credit. If you really understood, and mind you, I am not an avid racing guy player. When I look at some of like the inner, like behind the scenes info on what these devs do for Forza, it's actually crazy. These guys, they go on location and they shoot the track, the asphalt, in like 8 to 12K resolution cameras. They look at the actual, like, I can't even, I'm trying not to exaggerate this, but I think you people need to really look into what goes into the creation of a Forza Horizon game for you people to understand the type of effort that goes into these games. I will go so far as to say that they deserve every last dime of their success. This is a company that goes on location and they shoot the actual sky, like the fucking sky, the weather patterns of the region they are in. And they add that into the game. They take the cars themselves and they have microphones positioned all over the individual cars to get the authentic engine sounds of each car. When the car is idle, when the car is speeding up, how the car is actually handling, the actual tire tracks, every fucking thing. To the point of even the sound of the doors closing. They've even had people who are owners of certain luxury cars, and they would invite them to specific locations to allow those guys to feature their car, drive it however way they want, take audio samples. It is absolutely insane. So while I am not an avid racing gamer, I have to fucking salute their fucking asses. I have to take my hat off and give them a proper fucking salute of the sheer effort. Because I can tell you this much. Those fuckers that were doing Gran Turismo, they were not doing a fraction of that level of effort. And it shows. So while Forza is the king, that crown is earned. I can't really say the same on the opposite side in another genre talking about Tekken. I can't give them that type of credit. Can't give them. Can't do it. Can't fucking do it. These guys scan the cars. They have the audio tests. And we're not talking about, see, the easy thing is, oh, just rev the car up. No. They have cameras and microphones positioned all over the car to hear the subtle changes in how the car's engine audibly reacts once you go past a certain threshold. Like if any of you have ever driven a car before, there's different sounds that take place depending on what terrain the car is on, how fast you're going, how you're braking, everything. These guys literally dived into the fucking minutia of this. And the same attention to detail they put into the car, they did the same thing with the actual atmosphere and the track itself. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Truly. So while Forza doesn't really have true competition, as long as those devs are continuing to put forth that sort of effort, I can't blame them. They are a hard act to follow. And quite frankly, Gran Turismo, while it was great for its time, whether it was effort, whether they got creatively bankrupt, whether it's financial, the team over at Gran Turismo, they just got complacent and they just stopped innovating. They stopped pushing the envelope. And Forza overtook them. This is why when I go back over to Tekken and I say, don't be surprised at some point in time that there might be a 3D fighter that might overtake Tekken. No franchise is unbeatable. No franchise is unbeatable. And what I see Sega is doing with Virtua Fighter 6, like I will not lie, because I don't lie to my audience. I'm very truthful and authentic with my audience. The people who sub to me for a while, they should know that by now. I am not I'm not here playing Virtua Fighter every single day, even though I gotta admit I should play Virtua Fighter more than I do. But I'm not an expert at Virtua Fighter. But I appreciate what it brings to the table. And I'm okay at the game. You know, I don't disrespect the true experts and elite players of Virtua Fighter by saying I'm good. I will not. I will say I'm okay. I know what I'm doing with the game, but I'm by far not like, you know, I know where I'm at with Virtua Fighter. But what I've seen Sega do with Virtua Fighter 6, I am seeing a potential Forza situation. And Tekken may fuck around and find out that they may be possibly Gran Turismo in this situation. Anything can happen. Do I need to bring up another example? Do any of you guys remember a franchise called Halo? What happened to Halo? I can remember when a Halo game was coming out. I can remember people literally lining up, calling out of fucking work, getting motherfuckers to lie. I remember those days. Where's Halo now? Halo with Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, which is still maintains their position, but Halo, Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, those were the fucking cream. Like, those were the franchises that people would literally call out of work for. They would put their life on hold to play those games. I have fucking seen it. I've seen it many times. Many fucking times. Look at Call of Duty now. Look at Halo now. Look at Gran Turismo now. So I say all of this to say I am one of those guys. I follow the game industry. I follow video games. I am not beholden to just one particular fucking thing. I'm not. And I'm proud of that. And what I try to do on my small, tiny fucking channel, I try my best to give my subscribers insight, articles for them to look up, because I know that a lot of the shit that is out there is nonsense. Not all of it. I've seen some creators out there that are pretty knowledgeable, that are on their grind and do their due diligence and do their research. I respect a few of them. I haven't seen many, but I've seen a lot that I'm like, how in the fuck did this guy get popular? How in the fuck is this channel 50,000 subs? I don't know. I don't. I have no fucking idea. And I don't like to call out anybody in particular, but I gotta, there's this one guy. In fact, Guy is a part of the channel name. Dreamcast Guy. This dude is so fucking cringe. He is so, I want to try to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I want to say that maybe he's doing this as an act. Maybe he's doing this as an act. Oh, thanks, Saint Mike. I appreciate that. I just saw the $5 donation. Thank you. Gosh, because, you know, over here, I'm not Maximilian, dude. I ain't making hundreds on this fucking channel. I'm not a goddamn millionaire, so please hook a brother up with some super chats. I will answer any fucking in-depth question you guys want. I will go into a personal rant of your choosing, but help me help you. So I'm saying I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. But yes, wow, the licensing agreements alone cost them a lot of money. The art direction and sounds are just the tip of the iceberg. So much passion, salute. Yes, salute right back. I'm assuming you're referencing the Forza. I'm assuming that's what that was for. But it just, like, I love seeing people that put forth game developer effort. I absolutely love it. I absolutely support it. And it's the reason why I tend to buy the games that I tend to buy. You know, I prefer to look at developers that are pushing the envelope, that are not trying to virtue signal, that's not trying to, you know, push all this fucking mental illness, LGBTQIXYZ alphabet community mental illness bullshit. I'm over it. I'm fucking over it. So when it comes to certain developers that I can see that are pushing the envelope, they're innovating, they're not creatively bankrupt, you know, they're not trying to push an agenda, they're trying to put out the best game that they can. Those are the type of games I like to spend my money on. But anyway, getting back to the whole Dreamcast guy, it's like, this is a person that has consistently been saying in his thumbnails and in his videos that Xbox is dead. It's almost like it's kind of like an ongoing meme or something. Like it's kind of like that. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. So you mean to tell me that a 3 point, I forgot what the point is, but a $3 trillion company in Microsoft, they're dead? A company that is made $650 million of revenue by porting their games over onto PlayStation. But they're dead. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. This kind of goes back to what I said about there are too many gamers that really don't know what they're talking about when it comes to the industry. They don't even know what a licensing agreement even is. They don't understand the terms a licensee and licensor. For some reason, and I have to call out some of the Xbox fanboys about this. I've been seeing a lot of Xbox fanboys, they're arguing, and I've said this at the very height of the stream, they're arguing, saying that we don't want to see Xbox games go over to Sony. We want exclusive games. So now, just to be clear, just to put this out here, right? Just to be clear about this. I prefer Xbox for various reasons. But there are aspects of Sony as a platform that I respect. They have phenomenal games over there. Some not so good. If an Xbox game, let's just say Halo, let's say Halo for instance. Halo is going to Sony. Okay. As an Xbox guy, me, if you are a Sony player, if you're a Sony person, if you are playing Halo on your PlayStation 5, how in the fuck does that affect me? how does you playing an Xbox-centric game on your PlayStation, how does that affect me? Like, you know the funny thing about this? Microsoft, and there was another company. The name of the company, it was a bigger company, but they were pushing and putting pressure on Sony to get on board with crossplay. Because that's another reason why I don't like Sony as a company, because they're very much like Nintendo. They're Japanese companies. They're very draconian in the way they approach business. Very draconian. Sony wanted nothing to do with crossplay. Nothing. That's a fact. That is not my opinion. That is a fucking well-known fact. So now we live in the gaming age of crossplay, where it's now normal. So if you, as a Sony fan, has access to Halo, what that allows me on the Xbox side is that now I have more people that I can be paired up with. Now, my wait times to find a match goes down significantly because there's more players in the servers. Like, this shouldn't be like, it's like trying to explain to somebody 2 + 2 is 4. Now, I get it. Many of these people, they want to go back to an era that has long since ended. They want to go back to the console war. You know, I'll even utilize I like to utilize Jules and whatever, because she's very prominent in JRPGs. And I use this example of like, if you have a JRPG on Xbox, if it goes over to Sony, if somebody like Jules or whoever, if they go and play a Microsoft centric role playing game, does that, and I'm gonna be funny with this, does that automatically disconnect me from my game? No. What the, like, it just, we live in an era now where, and I do give credit to Phil Spencer for this, because he really championed this to try to be like, look, I want to approach people where they are playing their games. If you don't want to go out and buy an Xbox console, but you like our games, I want to bring some of our games over to where you are at. Now, of course, what a lot of gamers don't know, which I feel like they should, but it's still business. Microsoft isn't doing this out of the kindness of their heart. Microsoft is profiting off of this. So the minute anybody in the chat, whether it's Jules, Call Me DJ, who else is in here? Jack's Potato, Hyperstark, motherfucking Saint Mike, whoever else is in this chat, any of you that are on PlayStation, the minute you guys fucking activate your debit card and buy a Microsoft game from your PlayStation shop, Microsoft is getting 70% of your money. Microsoft is benefiting on the back end. Like, and it benefits everybody. It benefits all of you guys. Because I know, look, even before the RAM increases, the RAM prices and all that stuff being increased, which led to the rise in console pricing, you have people on the Sony side that may like a few Microsoft games. Crazy, surprising, I know. There are some people that have a PlayStation that actually do like some Microsoft games, but they don't like it to the point where they're going to go out and buy an entirely brand new console to play it. So a lot of those games are kind of off limits to them. So with now Microsoft is saying, hey, we get it. If you don't want to go and buy our console, here's our game for you to buy. I think that's a great thing. The era of this console war bullshit, I'm going to tell you guys, that era between Sony and Microsoft, that died in the 7th generation. That died with the Xbox 360 and the PS3. That's over. That is over. If you guys wanted the console wars, then I hope you enjoyed the PS3 and the Xbox 360. That was the console wars. That right there. That was it. I guess some of you missed out. It's funny to me that many of the Microsoft fanboys, this has nothing to do with the Sony fanboys. We're talking about the Microsoft fanboys. Many of them, they're advocating and arguing for a return of, we want exclusives, we want this, we want that. And I laugh because I'm like, in my mind, I'm saying, you guys are aware that Microsoft did that very thing many years ago. Do you know how many exclusives Microsoft had for the Xbox 360? And you know what ended up happening? The Xbox 360 sold 84.7 million consoles, and they still ended up being dead last in that generation. I'm going to say it again. The Xbox 360 had many great, amazing exclusives. They sold 84.7 million consoles, and they were still last in that generation. It's not my opinion. That's researched facts. So, as a company, what Microsoft decided to do, now you can argue and say, you know, you can be like, oh, I'm against that. That's fine. But what Microsoft decided to do, they decided to go an entirely different direction with the 8th generation, which was the Xbox One. They named it the Xbox One because Microsoft, their design philosophy around the console was to create a one-stop shop for your entertainment, which was TV, games, movies, and everything else. That's why it was called the Xbox One. That's why. And in order for Microsoft to have the snap feature where you could watch TV, which was pretty cool because Microsoft was definitely ahead of their time on this. You could watch your television program in a small window while at the same time have your game playing in real time. You could do that. In order for them to do that, The architecture of the Xbox One required Microsoft to utilize something called ESRAM. ESRAM allowed Microsoft to have two entirely different processes, very different processes, go on at the same time: the video game and the television program. Unfortunately, in order to keep the costs down, because the Xbox One came out at $499, Microsoft could not push the technological barrier by making the console super powerful. This is the reason why the PlayStation 4 was slightly more powerful than the Xbox One. I'm giving you guys all of the facts here. This is why back in that generation, you had several PlayStation 4 games that were at 1080p and Xbox One games that were either at 720 or like 900p. That's why. Microsoft decided to go in that direction because they realized that they cannot overtake Sony or Nintendo in the gaming space. So they felt, let's go a different direction. And the main reason why they believe that is because Sony and Nintendo, they benefit from having a biased market, and that is the Asian territories, the Asian markets. The Asian territories are fiercely loyal to Sony and Nintendo. Microsoft has been trying to gain a foothold in the Asian markets for fucking years. The main criticism of the OG Xbox was that there was not enough Japanese role-playing games on the original console. People criticize the OG Xbox as only having first-person shooters. I'm old enough to remember those arguments. So with the advent of the Xbox 360, Microsoft decided to completely change the design of that console because the OG Xbox was basically a big black box. They designed the Xbox 360 to be able to stand on its end, off-white color, very streamlined, but very few ventilation vents. And they also rushed it to market because they wanted to beat the Wii and the PS3 to market. Hence why the Xbox 360 came out a full year before Nintendo and Sony's console. I know what I'm fucking talking. There is not many in this space that can fuck with me in this shit. I'm feeling my fucking self. I am feeling myself. Allow me to continue. So, as a result of this, Microsoft decided to enable a campaign, if you will, to try to appeal to the Asian demographic, and or should I say the market. There was a little known game called Blue Dragon. Many of you probably never even heard of this game. Its character designs was pretty much created by the late great Akira Toriyama. So they went out for that. They also brought in Hironobu Sakaguchi, who is the actual creator of Final Fantasy, who decided to leave Square and create Mistwalker Studios, whereby he created a game called Lost Odyssey. If you have not played Lost Odyssey, I will highly recommend you do so. In addition to that, Microsoft was doing all sorts of campaigns over in Japan to try to bring over Japanese developers to design games for Microsoft for the 360. You know what ended up happening? The Xbox 360, despite Microsoft bending over backwards to that fucking part of the world and that market, the Xbox 360 was barely selling at all. Barely selling. So despite the fact that Microsoft was bringing Japanese RPGs to the console, was bringing Japanese developers to the platform, creating, or should I say not creating, addressing the weakness that people claimed that the original Xbox had. So Microsoft saying, you know what, we're going to do better, and we're gonna put more effort in appealing to the Asian markets. The Asian demographics still went like this. That's what the Asian markets did to Microsoft, the Xbox 360. So, not to say that you should feel sorry for Microsoft, but try to understand from their perspective that despite them literally bending over backwards to try to appeal to that market, with the Xbox One, if you recall, Microsoft went back to the big black box design of the OG Xbox. Not only that, Microsoft also categorized the Asian markets as tier 2 territories. Microsoft understood that they were conceding the so-called 8th generation console war to PlayStation before it ever got off the ground. I'm telling you, so I know, I hope that you guys are really paying attention. I know you guys love to type and shit. I'm hoping you guys are getting this information, because you're likely not going to hear it from anybody else. So, the Xbox One released in a whopping 13 territories. That's 13 territories the Xbox One was released in. You know how many territories the PlayStation 4 released in at launch? Over 55. So whenever I see these fucking piece of shit game journalists back then constantly saying PlayStation is destroying Xbox, they're outselling them 3-1, 4-1. No shit. Microsoft already accepted their fate. To put it in a different way, from Microsoft's standpoint was, we took our best swing and we lost. So what's the point of doing this again? What's the point? That was Microsoft's general impressions. That was their thoughts. If I could read, if Microsoft was a living entity, like a creature, that's exactly what they would be thinking. I gave it my best. I had a year head start. I appealed to the Asian markets. They said fuck you. We still lost. We came in third. What more could I have done? There was nothing else I could have done. Nothing. We had the exclusives. We had Gears of War, which quite frankly was arguably the best fucking franchise of that generation until Sony came out with The Last of Us at the tail end of the PS3 era. That's a fact. So it wasn't an issue of lack of IP. It wasn't an issue of lack of exclusives. It wasn't an issue of appealing to the Asian markets. No. Wasn't none of that. Microsoft did everything they could have done. And they still lost. They still fucking lost. So a lot of these people who speak about Microsoft and Xbox, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't. I will talk circles around any of these people. Any of them. Line them up. I will embarrass them. They don't know shit. There is a reason why Microsoft went the direction they went to. You don't have to agree with it, but that is what it is. Many people, they don't know what they are talking about. All they know is how to mash their buttons and swipe their debit card. That is all they know how to do. They don't know anything about the history. They don't know anything about the architecture. They don't know what the market was at the time. They don't know shit. Nothing. Nothing. They don't know a fucking thing. They don't even know that Microsoft purposely set aside millions and millions of dollars in insurance fees because they knew that the Xbox 360 was subject to break down after about a few years of use because they rushed it to market to overtake possibly the PlayStation. That was a calculated decision. Many don't even know that. This is the reason why when the Red Ring of Death situation happened, Microsoft was able to take your console, repair it relatively quick, or bring you a new console. That was planned. Microsoft already knew this. They set that money aside. So it unnerves me when I see content creators that just, they spew bullshit. They don't know what the fuck they're yapping about. They don't. It's like, it's crazy to me. This is why, again, to reiterate this is precisely why when your console suffered a red ring of death and you decided to contact Microsoft, they fixed your shit or gave you a new console. That costs money. And it was money that they set aside because they suspected that this was what was going to happen, because they wanted to create a console that was appealing to the Asian market. That is why, if you look at the original Xbox console, the very first X, the fucking big black box that had a giant X on top, if you look at that console and then look at the 360, that is a huge design shift. That was on purpose. That was on purpose. And once it did not yield the outcome they were looking for, Microsoft went back to the original design with the Xbox One of it being a big black box and lots of vents. That's why. I'm giving you the historical facts. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't even know how the fuck I even got on this topic, but it's a favorite of mine. It's a favorite. So, throughout the life of the Xbox One. Now we're in the 8th generation and the PlayStation 4, because I can tell you this right now. There were so many Sony fanboys that was a part of the so-called game journalists. It was sickening. Literally, just about every Xbox exclusive was shat on by pretty much every journalist. Halo, okay. Titanfall, which was one of the best games of that generation, that sparked a sequel that people to this day, Titanfall 2, they are still clamoring for a Titanfall 3. So it's not that Microsoft. And don't get me started on Rise, Son of Rome. That was a graphical showcase that absolutely embarrassed every single Sony PlayStation 4 launch title, every single one. Every fucking single one. That was a graphical showcase. And I will fucking die on this hill that Rise, Son of Rome, to this day, has some of the best voice acting and cinematography I have seen in a video game. And it holds up to this day. I can play a fucking scene from that game right now. And that game came out in 2013. And you would be hard-pressed to find a game in current day that destroys a game that came out in 2013 from those two perspectives of voice acting and cinematography. It was absolutely stunning. But you know what the game journalists did? They absolutely destroyed that game every single chance they got. They destroyed it so much, it wasn't even given the chance to develop as a franchise. And I hate them for it. Because all of the bullshit, petty, fucking nonsensical things that the journalists critiqued Rise, Son of Rome for, all of those issues existed in the very first God of War game. Every single one of them. But you know what happened? Every journalist praised God of War. Praised it. I'm not saying they didn't deserve it, but I'm highlighting the double standard. And it eventually went on to have a successful franchise. All of the issues, all of the fucking petty bullshit that people complained about Rise, Son of Rome. Let's see. Let me highlight a few. The game is short. The game is linear. The game had too many QuickTime events. The game focused on one weapon. The game was too easy. I don't think I need to continue. Last I checked, because I'm old enough to know this, when I first played God of War, the first game, I beat that game in about 6.5 hours. It's a short game. God of War 1 was filled to the brim with QuickTime events. You couldn't even properly kill a minion without doing a QuickTime event in that game. So that's number 2. God of War 1, very linear. There wasn't a bunch of fucking branching paths in that game. It was you go from point A to point B. Oh, and that's the other thing. They kept saying, oh, the Rise to the Rome was repetitive. It was button mashy. Oh, okay. And God of War 1 wasn't? I can remember having the fucking square and triangle buttons on my controller damn near mashed in. So literally every single critique that was levied against Rise Son of Rome because it was an Xbox exclusive, the same issues existed for the very first God of War game. But whereas that game got 9s and fucking 10s, Rise Son of Rome on more powerful hardware, because at this point, this was 2013, Rise Son of Rome got 4s and 6s. Unfucking real. But that's how the industry was at the time. It was filled with PlayStation fanboys posing as journalists for your Kotakus, your game informers, your game your IGNs and all that other shit. Your game fans, whatever. They were all fucking Sony fanboys. And it frustrated me to no end. The amount of bullshit. Like literally, people kept saying, oh, you have to do quick time events in Rise Son of Rome. And I'm like, wait a second. The quick time event that you do for Rise Son of Rome was if you wanted to. And also in Rise Son of Rome, depending on what type of QTE you use, you will either gain a damage buff, a resource buff, or you'll regain health. So there was an actual purpose to doing it. So if you didn't want to activate that, if you were full on health and you just want to hack through the people, you didn't have to activate that. But you know what happened in God of War? There were many times where I remember whenever I fought a Medusa, I had to rip the bitch's head off, and I had to fucking mash the fucking the thumbstick around and around and around to get the fucking guy to snap her head off. Not saying I have a problem with it, but it's just I just find it really fucked up of just how the double standard was. I just think it's really fucked up. So again, this is no slight against God of War. I love God of War. My issue for those who might be thinking, oh, he's like, I don't want, oh, I appreciate that YouTube Sparta. Sorry for being late on the topic. Do you think Tekken devs are starting to realize that their vision was a fail and Tekken 8 should have never came out? Well, okay. So let me interrupt my spiel here to address this kind young soul that graciously donated $5. I don't think that the Tekken devs realize that Tekken is a failure. Tekken 8 is making money. It is earning for the company. The latest reports I've seen, but I haven't seen recent, so I haven't looked in that direction when it came to Namco. But if you want to do the research, I would suggest major publication companies like Namco, EA, Ubisoft. These companies have something called earnings calls. During those earnings calls, they discuss things specific to investors. The investors ask specific questions on what's coming next, what is performing well, what's failing, what are they going to continue, and so on and so forth. Much of this is open to the public. It is unless they are a private company. Like for instance, Bungie, for instance. Bungie is a private company. So the whole issue, and I haven't even talked about this yet, the issue regarding them shutting down Destiny in favor of continuing on with a game called Marathon. The inner financials of Bungie is not really available to the public because they are a private company. But Namco Bandai is public. It's a publicly traded company. So if you just do a Google search, now it's a lot of work because it's a lot of information, and you look up Namco Bandai earning call, they sometimes do like it's by quarterly. You will find mentions of all of their games, all of Namco published games. The last time I looked at this, Namco was fine with the direction of Tekken 8. They were fine. Tekken 8 was making money. It wasn't making Street Fighter 6 money. It wasn't making Mortal Kombat 1 money, but they were happy enough with the current direction at the time. I cannot say where they are currently right now because I have not looked in that direction. Why? Because I no longer play Tekken 8 for many of the reasons that I detailed about maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago. But at the time, they were pleased. Now, what I will say, based on what I have been seeing with patch after patch of the developers addressing certain things of the heat mechanic, it is not unfair to say that if you look at the way things are trending with how Namco developers are handling the heat mechanic of Tekken 8, it is fair to say that there is a possibility that Namco, or should I say the Tekken 8 developers, they may either eliminate the heat mechanic entirely, like phase it out, or they're going to hollow it out so much that it will be almost unrecognizable when you look at heat for season 1 to whatever it ends up being for the later seasons. Now, I can't say that's going to be what happens, but what I see with their updates and the changes that they're making with heat, if I was a betting man, it is definitely trending in either of those directions. So yeah, the developers aren't realizing that Tekken 8 isn't successful, but I think your comment was more like you say their vision. So assuming, because a vision can have many different parts. The vision of the Namco developers wanting to make a Tekken game that's very accessible, they accomplished that. They wanted to push the graphical envelope. They definitely did that. Tekken 8 is an amazing looking game. But the vision of the heat aspect, they may are starting to see that, hey, this isn't as great as we originally thought. Because if it was, they wouldn't be making as many alterations to the heat mechanic as they have been. So that's what I got for you on that one. So I hope that suffices and makes sense and whatnot. But yeah. So yeah, what was I saying about Rise Son of Rome? So yeah, with God of War versus Rise Son of Rome, I 100% feel and believe that Rise Son of Rome could have been a very strong franchise. It could have been a very strong franchise. It could have been like different time periods, like different, like you see what they do with Assassin's Creed. It could have been something like that. Because the main character of Rise Son of Rome was a guy named Marius. So when they say Rise Son of Rome, the franchise could have just been Rise, and then the follow part after the colon, right? The dot dot, that could have been something like maybe Son of Atlantis or Son of this or Son of that or whatever they want to call it. So just like how you have Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Rise could have just been the actual brand name, and then the follow could have just been something that they were focusing on with the maybe the setting or the type of like the setting. But unfortunately, they didn't have that opportunity because thanks to the developers. I mean, not the developers, the journalists. So that's one of the reasons why I'm very passionate about this, because I believe that this could have been a very good franchise for Microsoft. And the people that created the game, that developed the game, if you were to go back and look at Rise Son of Rome right now, we're in 2026. The game came out in 2013. Likely the game had maybe about a 3 to 4 year development cycle. So they were developing that game probably in 2009, somewhere around there. The game, even by today's standards, play that sumbitch on a 4K television, Rise Son of Rome still looks really, really good. Still looks really good. The characters, the facial animations, the way the eyes track, the way the camera pans and sweeps during cutscenes, the voice work, the lip syncing. There is not many games that gets it right. You can look at Red Dead Redemption. You can look at games like those that are like a masterful when it comes to those type of character interactions. Maybe even I've never played it because I'm not on Sony, but even Last of Us I've heard had pretty good cutscenes and stuff like that. So and even God of War, the 2018 God of War, the Ragnarok, I've even watched a playthrough of that. Strong cutscenes, dialogue, voice work, lip syncing, things of that nature. These are things that a lot of game developers they don't get right. Few of them get it right. And Rise Son of Rome was one of those games that when you watch some of the cutscenes, like when his father gets killed and you see like this other centurion guy and he kneels down and pays his respects, listening, you'd have to be a fucking robot to not feel that scene. Like, that was a powerful moment. And then like they were just so, like, sometimes I'd be thinking like, yo, maybe I'll just play the fucking game myself and just fucking stream the fucking game myself and just call it a fucking day. But sometimes I'd be on some lazy shit and whatever, and so that's on me. But every now and then I'll go on YouTube and I'll watch like the entire, like all the cutscenes. It's almost like watching a movie, and it's absolutely phenomenal, and it's completely criminal that franchise was not given a fair chance the way God of War was given a chance, and I 100% will never get over that. I'll never, because I always think of what could have been. Like, this could have been it could have been a good competitor to God of War. It could have been. Because it's funny, even though a lot of the Sony fanboys may not want to admit it, but when I look at the 2018 God of War, I see Rise Son of Rome. I literally see Rise Son of Rome. I literally see the actual, like, the perspective, larger characters. Like I like if I look at God of War 2018 and look at Rise Son of Rome side by side, clearly Santa Monica Studios was like, you know what? Yoink, we're taking that. How could I not? I can't unsee that. Santa Monica Studios did a phenomenal job. I take nothing away from them. I think they're a great studio. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this using Faye as the next lead character for the next God of War. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking there. But, you know, I guess Cory Barlog, the guy who's the lead developer there, I guess he just wants to do his own fucking thing, despite what the fan base is telling him. So who knows? We'll see what happens on that front. But that's something for you Sony folk to deal with. Because I've actually spoke about that before, where I'm like, look, if you want to go a different direction with God of War, I would much rather see Kratos and Freya. I want to see their interaction. I want to see their thing develop more, you know. And I think that would make for a more compelling story, you know. Now that, you know, from what I saw, like the son, the boy, he's kind of going off on his own thing. At some point in time, you can come back to that and maybe do a game off of him because he's the son. That's fine, you know. If you want, you can also do the son and the girl, the Agraboda. You could do something with that, but to make a God of War game off of his dead wife, like, what? Like, who the fuck wants that? Like, but, you know, whatever, you know. Time will tell what happens with that one. But I 100% feel that if they're going to do another God of War, and you really want to bring in the female, you know, the female aspect, 100% you use Freya. That was a very well written female character, very well written, very powerful, very grounded, well voice acted, there's nothing bad I have to say about the character Freya. I think that was a great fucking character, and the person who voice acted her was chef's kiss. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. So to see an adventure between her and Kratos, if I had the money, I would even be tempted to buy a PlayStation for that. I'll admit that. But I have no fucking interest in seeing Faye. I can give two fucks about that character. So, but, you know, that's the direction that they're going. So I wish them luck on that. I wish them luck on that. But what else? I don't know. Maybe I'll take a quick little break real quick. Let me check something for a moment. All right. Let's see. So, I am going to be streaming that State of Play, and I want to see firsthand what Sony is going to do. And I think it's good content, you know. And so I'll be streaming that, and then because I do want to. Like, I don't care about Nintendo. I don't give a fuck about Nintendo. But Sony, I think it's worth that. And because there are certain things about Sony I do like, I do respect. And then Microsoft does theirs, I think 5 days later. So that's basically what I'm gonna end up doing. Oh, what's going on, man? Yeah, Sunday is it's going well. I've been yapping for 2.5 hours, but you know, it's been going well. I had my rage moments. I've entertained the stream, I would say. Hell, I'll even say I've even given them some good information amidst my rage and my rant. So, you know, not many people could do it like I do it. Not many people can. See, I can rant and rage with purpose. Some people rant and rage and it's just kind of like they're going off like Joe Biden, like kind of walking off stage and not knowing where the fuck he's going. I have purpose. You know? I have purpose with my shit. You know what? All this talk, you know what? All of this talk with me talking about Rise, Son of Rome, I know I'm going to lose a few people, and that's fine. You guys stuck around long enough, I guess. I feel like watching a few of my cutscenes of that game. That's what I feel like doing. I think that's what I'm going to do. Fuck that. That is precisely what I am going to do. So let me go and we're going to take that off. Bop, bop. And then we are going to go over to good old YouTube because I want to see this. Because there are too many scenes in this that is just fucking amazing. Let me see. You know what, actually? I know what I'm going to do. I'm gonna have a good time with this. Let me see. Cutscene movie. Oh, yes. Oh, hell yeah. I'm gonna enjoy this shit. Fuck that. I'm gonna bless this guy, Gamer's Little Playground, with some watch time. That's what I'm about to do right now. Fuck all that. I'm gonna have me. Fuck, this is what I'm gonna do. I wanna watch some real shit. I've never played the Mad Max game, but I did hear that it was pretty good. I did hear that it was pretty good. Let me make sure this thing is going to be playing right. Because sometimes, you know, OBS be kind of tripping sometime. Let me see. I got the, okay, we got that. Okay, let's see. Hopefully the shit plays.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Good, it is playing.
Nina just built an app.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this shit. I am going to enjoy this. This guy right here is an absolute piece of shit, but he was also very well played as well.
He's here. God, help me. He's come to kill me. He's here. He's here. He's here. Help me! Help me! Defeat your emperor! I, hero, Augustus Germanicus, command that you defeat your emperor!
Centurion Severus to me! Display this from the highest place you can find. When the barbarians see it, they'll run. The battle will be ours. We need to get to them first and hold them back! Status of the defenses, soldier.
Yes, sir. Most of the 18th Legion is still combat effective. We have 3 auxiliary units at your command, Scorpios, archers, and a catapult nest.
He's here! Help me! I command you!
My Emperor, the palace defenses have been breached.
I'm not worried about the barbarians! I'm worried about him!
We need to get you somewhere secure.
Secure? Nowhere secure from this demon.
We need to get you to a safe place. Your chambers?
My chambers? No. The vaults! This way!
Stay back, my Emperor. There could be more of them hiding in the shadows.
Now you burn! Roman! Here, quickly! Oh, come on. Come on. That's it. That's it. Quickly. Damocles is risen from the dead. I swear it.
Damocles? Damocles is a myth. Only men kill men, my Emperor. The gods may guide us. They never interfere with the affairs of mortals.
Oh? And what great oracle told you this, General?
My father.
We will be safe here. I do believe we will be safe. Well, I pray to the gods that we will be safe.
We will be safe here, Emperor. As safe as we can be.
Safe? Yes, safe, thank God. But you... What family... What's your name, soldier?
Marius. But my name is of no import. My story, however, is. My father taught me that we are fated by the gods. but that we alone choose our path. You were fated to be an emperor, and I, a soldier. My father's sense of honor drove him to follow a path that served the people. But what drove us to take the paths we did? What made us the men that we are today? My story begins some 10 years past.
...2013 game, by the way.
Father. Marius? It's good to see you again. How do I look? Every inch the Roman soldier.
You look fine, my son. Welcome home. Welcome home. Do you know where you're to be posted?
Alexandria.
Ah, Alexandria. That's a quiet province. Your mother will be pleased.
I didn't join the army to bask in the sun, Father. I want to fight, like you did for the Empire.
All in good time, my son. All in good time. Remember, not all your enemies will be found on the battlefield.
Father?
Marius! Let me look at you.
2013, by the way.
Your sister is eager to see you.
You will see her soon enough, my love. For now, I wish to speak with our son alone.
Fine. I shall go and find your sister.
Is there something troubling you, Father?
It's like a fucking movie, yo.
For now, let's see what you've learned.
2013.
It's a
Look the shit
sad
up.
but proud day. The day a son first beats his father. You may have mastered the sword, but never rush to meet the world with it drawn. Always come open-handed first. Walk with me, son.
I've heard rumors there is great unrest in Rome.
Yes, these are dangerous times we live in. This election could change everything. I'm giving this to you as your grandfather once gave it to me. When your time comes to command men of your own, think back on what I'm about to tell you.
Oh, this is what this is absolutely stunning.
Was a great warrior.
I'm gonna play this whole shit. Fuck that. Oh god damn these fucking ads. Shit.
They aren't tapped out.
A revered leader in a vast army. During a massive battle, his cowardly commanders abandoned him. When the slain Damocles arrived in the underworld, Nemesis, the goddess of revenge, was enraged at how the brave hero had been treated. She allowed Damocles to return to the world as a vengeful spirit, a ghostly, black-armored centurion who would hunt down and kill each of the generals who had wronged him. To this day, many commanders carry a dagger with the image of Damocles on the scabbard. This dagger reminds them to always look after their men, or risk the Black Centurion returning from the dead to avenge their selfish mistakes.
Yeah, it's available to buy.
Follow me!
I don't know about on PlayStation, but Xbox, PC.
You will not die in vain! Mother!
Welcome back.
No! I will kill every last one of you! You'll pay for this! All of you! It's worse than I could have imagined. You must save Rome. Save it from... Save it from them.
You bastards! You murdering barbarian bastards!
I will do as you bid, Father. I will save Rome from them. I'll spill their blood.
I'm Commander Battalion of the 14th. I fought with your father. If it's blood you want, I promise I will give you as much as you can handle. You were the second, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Not anymore. Welcome to the 14th, lad.
So now it's in the present time now.
Battalion oversaw the completion of my training and made good on its promise. As part of the 14th, I'd soon have all the blood I could ever want.
The island of Britannia, that fetid lair at the edge of our empire, was home to the bastards that had slaughtered my family and led the very rebellion which had spewed onto the streets of Rome. My posting with the 14th would take us to these isles, where I would wreak my revenge, crushing this insurrection.
This fucking game is godlike. Oh, that's awesome, Jules. I was actually thinking about downloading it today. I was gonna fuck around with it, but I know you're gonna play the sorcerer class. Hey, what's up, Lucky? How you do? See, that's a spirit. Now, when he comes back up for water, she's not there anymore. So they have a bit of a fantastical element in this game, but the way that they handle it is amazing. But I tell people this is a game from 2013, like, and it's hard for some people to believe because back then, you know, Sony was basically the ruler. You know, Xbox was Xbox One wasn't that popular.
You don't need to start with professional photos. I just took pictures
So
of
many of the actual exclusives that we did have, like this right here, was kind of going under the radar because the general journalists were so biased against Microsoft that they were giving games like this 4s and 6s, which is absolutely absurd. So it was a completely different time back then. Yeah, if a game like this got remastered, it'd be absolutely ridiculous.
Thank the gods! Come on, let's gather what's left of the 14th and take down that chain tower. Get them!
Got one!
Forward, men! We're almost at the tower! Formation! Shields, men! Lowering shields! Hold! Hold fast! Hold! Hold! Let's go! Pick it up! Shield! Hold fast! Fall back! Fall back! Break formation! Move! We are going to take out that tower, then! Let's move!
Counterweight in position!
Release!
Yeah, this was his big moment right here when he released the chain and everybody's like chanting his name. Yeah, the state of play thing, I'm gonna definitely do that. I'm gonna be streaming that event.
Attention, lads! The brave man tastes death once,
Look at his fucking face.
1,000 times over. Now we have already spilled
Barbarian blood. Look at this shit. Yo, this game right here is. All right, let me stop here. I'm too hype on this shit right now.
Ready! On me! Move!
It's more action game from 2013. This was an Xbox One launch title. There was nothing the PS3 had that was I mean the PS4 had that rivaled this. Not in their launch lineup. So basically, so when I look at 2018 God of War, as great as that is, graphically and stylistically, it looks very similar to this because Santa Monica Studios wanted to change God of War from being a two-dimensional side-scrolling game to something like this. But with their own flair, of course. But it just makes me upset that this game didn't get a proper chance. He thought he saw something, that's why. And heard something. Now he's gonna get promoted, I believe.
Commander Battalion!
Many good officers and men were lost today. Marius, you have proved that you can lead.
When these guys
You have
speak,
earned the respect of the men.
they have feeling with it.
Take this helmet and put it on.
Legionaries! Salute your new centurion! All right, settle down!
Settle down, lads.
Now, you know what you can expect from these barbarians. They are a race of rabid bastards who will fight us tooth and nail.
But they don't know what they are up against.
Rome is civilization. Rome is order. Rome is power.
No, it's just godlike. It's just getting me hype right
And
now.
out here,
Fuck that.
we are Rome.
Fuck. Damn, this shit's fucking godlike. Shit.
AI pen testing has been for the last
Shit.
5 years.
I gotta get that YouTube premium.
Kiddo's AI pen test.
Commander, King Oswald's barbarian army is advancing on York. General Commodus and the 6th Cohort engage the enemy, but their fate is unknown.
Secure the remaining boats and get them unloaded. And prepare the men.
We march for York.
Our march north towards the rebel heartland was brutal. Progress was slowed by battle after bloody battle against these embittered tribes. Rome had brought peace, rich trade, and prosperity to these isles. This peace had been shattered by open rebellion. Now, finally, we were closing in on the very birthplace of this revolt, where King Oswald and his warrior daughter ruled.
Scouts have informed me that a large barbarian army is fast approaching. Now, if they manage to meet up with this army, we don't stand a chance. York will fall.
By the gods, the hairy-ass bastards must outnumber us 20 to 1. In a straight fight, we'll suffer heavy losses.
We're not going to attack.
Their leader, King Oswald, and his daughter Boudica are down there amongst them. If we capture him, the tribal chiefs will have to sue for peace to secure his safe release. Then Oswald will be forced to bow his knee and swear an oath to Rome. And these Britons, they are honorable in their own way.
They have no honor. These vermin dare to stand against the might of Rome. They deserve to suffer our retribution.
Our retribution? Or yours?
Sir,
Enough! We will end this rebellion my way and not put the lives of good men at unnecessary risk. Is that understood, Centurion?
Understood, Commander.
Very well. A small detachment will infiltrate the enemy camp and capture Oswald and Boudica. I will lead our main force and cut off their reinforcements.
And what are my orders, sir?
I promised you blood, didn't I? You will capture Oswald and Boudica. Before you can get your men through safely, you will need to deal with the archers posted on the aqueduct. So you'll be starting out alone.
Understood, sir. It's an honor.
You heard what Boudica said. We scout, we set traps, we stay alert. We got reports of Roman activity all over this region. They've lost their general and they're gonna do everything to get him back. If you hear anything, raise the alarm. Slay them all. Little Roman, all by himself. And die!
There must be barbarians all over this region.
It's clear! Advance!
Don't let him up! Glorious death!
Brothers! This one's mine.
You broke your oath to Rome.
I will do anything to protect you. Gods! Clean up that.
Forward to the mound!
Sir!
Yeah, man, this is, like I said, it's from 2013, but it definitely is. There's no way that something like this should have gotten 4s and 6s from so-called journalists back in 2013. It's absolutely absurd. There was so much great performances, cinematography. Like, this is just absolutely insane. Now this is King Oswald. He's like, basically everybody was voice acted very well. And that's his daughter.
Or I'll end your bloodline.
No! Enough!
So that's Boudica. So now there's a guy named Commodus. If you ever remember the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe, remember how Commodus was like a bit of an asshole? Well, this game's Commodus is no different. This is a very fucking amazing scene coming up right here. So they're bringing them, both these guys, back to Rome, or not. I don't think they're really in Rome yet, but they're at an outpost where they're going to be judged. So that's their countrymen that they're hanging up right now. So you can see she's scared. So at this point, he's fearing for his daughter on some, you know, parental shit right now.
By the gods, we fight for the glory of Rome. What kind of glory is this?
The Britons will never commit to peace if this is how we treat them.
Commodus is like really,
Work the Praetorians.
yeah, Commodus is really fucked up. So you hear what he's saying. He's like, how can we try to elicit peace when this is what they're doing to the barbarians? You know what I'm saying? Like, the barbarians are looking at us as like unhuman. So Marius and the other guy, they're like, yo, this is like a bit too much. This is like on some war crime shit. So it gets even better from here. So that's Commodus in the purple.
Friends of Rome, may I present to you Basilius?
Oh, Basilius, sorry. Not,
son of the Emperor.
I forgot Basilius has a twin named Commodus. This guy's a fucking asshole.
Congratulations on your safe arrival. Had it been any later, you might have missed out on all the fun. I do trust your journey was not too arduous.
Sir, I would like
My Praetorian Guard will take over now. Guards, seize the Briton scum.
Your Highness, I must
In case you're
protest.
unaware, my brother Commodus is still missing. I intend to find out what these savages have done with him.
We Britons lived in peace under the rule of the old Roman chieftain. But this new chieftain, Commodus, son of your king, is evil. He deserves the fate that he is suffering. I've nothing more to say.
Then it is clear to me that you Britons do not love as we Romans do. Your girl. She is beautiful. Flog her until he talks, or she dies. Whichever comes first.
No! Hold her! How dare you!
How dare you? I am son of the Emperor, and I do whatever I choose.
Please! No! Please! Spare her! I'll tell you everything! Chieftain Commodus was traded to the Horned King in the Northern Lands. Beyond the wall. Please. Release my daughter. I beg of you.
See? There's really only one language these people understand. The language of force.
You will find your chieftain in darkness beyond the wall, where the lowering barren mountains tower over the black, bottomless locks. Horned men from ancient times roam this land, and of those who venture there, few return.
Very exciting. Commander Battalion, I have a new mission for you. You will lead your men north to the lowering mountains and bring back my brother. Guards, lock up the prisoners.
Ready the men! You are the commander! Make ready to march!
Centurion, we march north.
Yes, sir.
Vitalian led our forces further north, beyond the borders of our empire to the edge of the world. We fought against warriors more beast than men, so fearsome that even Rome's elite legions had failed to conquer them. Oswald's foreboding words haunted us as we marched ever deeper into the unforgiving darkness. Horned men from ancient times roam these lands, and of those who venture there, few return.
This fort, Glot's Hop. It's rumored to be the gateway to Hades, a place of fire and death. I worry that what happens here on the edge of the world could soon befall the Empire itself.
Engineers, soak those hides. Antonius, check the cables. Otto, secure the beams. We move out at the 10th.
Yes, sir.
We're rescued commodores. They build wicker men only for their most valuable sacrifices. He's sure to be there. We begin our attack at the dead of night.
I don't like this. What's that? Shh! Over there! It's just a deer! Just a deer!
Halt! I'll scout ahead.
Ambush! Clear the bridge!
Rise up, son of Rome.
So here's the summer spirit.
Your empire needs you. Rise.
You men, take the left flank with me. The rest, the right, and await my signal.
Yes, sir!
Search the swamp, lads. Our brothers depend on us. Follow me.
No, 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 no!
Kill him! Before he burns another cage!
Form a line, men. Hold the gate. I'll find Vitalian.
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls all our expenses into one.
You men! Grab the ram! Bring down the Wicker Man!
Sometimes a man must look past what he thinks he sees. Well done, Marius.
Soldiers! Soldiers! Well, don't just stand there, you useless sows! Get me out of here! Get me out of here now!
Suppose that would be our glorious leader, General Commodus.
Yes, the Emperor's son.
Get me out of here, you stupid fools! I command you!
Your victory, your honors, Centurion.
At once, sir.
Come on, you fucking idiot!
Give me your cape.
Give me your cape!
We marched to York. Commodus was safe, and Oswald ready to accept peace. I prayed to the gods that an end to this horrific bloodshed was within our grasp, that I could finally return with my men to Rome. I began to realize that Commander Vitalian had every reason to question the wisdom of this campaign. How many soldiers had given their lives to achieve this so-called victory? For me, I had spilled all the blood I could handle.
This scene is crazy.
I bring before you Oswald, King of the Britons.
I'm saying right
He
now.
has renounced this rebellion. He will submit to the rule of Rome, and henceforth he will only fight to secure peace between our two great peoples.
Highness Commodus, all we ask is that my people are treated with fairness. Treated as equals. So that all may live in peace.
So that we all may live in peace. The peace treaty from Rome.
The Emperor's will! The Emperor's peace!
All he needs is the king's mark on that scroll, and then we can all leave this god-forsaken island.
Your Emperor, my father, he is indeed wise and fair. This is the Emperor's seal. It is a direct extension of his will and the power of Rome. Rise. Embrace me.
King Oswald, here is your peace.
How dare you? You filthy, stinking dog! How dare you! You see? You see what happens when you defy me? Never defy me! By the Emperor's mark, his will is done.
Barbarians didn't kill my father. The Emperor did. Save Rome from them.
Now, kneel, you dogs! What are you waiting for? I said kneel! This is not the time, Boudica. Run. My father is a god. I am a god. Obey me, as you obey the gods. Get us to the harbor. Battalion! I order you to take control of these rebellious scum. Hold the city, spare no one. You'll all pay dearly for this. We will slay every man, every woman, and every child. And shit on your grave. Reinforce the walls. Push them back. Now. Close the gates. We must keep their army out at all costs. I'll take control here.
You man the walls. Darius, you need time. You need to keep these enemy out as long as possible. We need to get all our civilians down to the docks. Do whatever you can. I'll meet you down at the courthouse. Now go!
I agree.
You in there! Get to the ship! You're being evacuated! Go on! Get out of there! Come on! Moving! Everyone must evacuate! By order of Commander Battalion! The south gate has fallen! The city will be overwhelmed! Get these people to the boats!
Yes, sir. Barricade this entrance, men. We must ready ourselves for the next assault. Marius, come. Follow me. Thank the gods we might get some respite. York is lost. We must get as many of our men out as we can. The river. That's the only way out now.
We'll get them on the ship from Rome. It's armored and will withstand anything the barbarians can throw at it.
No. They will have to go on the other boats. Commodus and his guard escaped on the warship. They were the first to run. The first out of the harbor, kicking aside women and children as they fled.
We must get word out. Tell the Senate. What Commodus has done will have to be paid for.
Agreed.
Go, Marius! I'll hold them off until the ship is clear.
No! You have to go. You must live. The Senate will listen to you. You're a commander. They have to. Now go!
So that's the opposite of the summer spirit. That's the winter spirit. So they've had their own plot this whole time, by the way. As they're about to reveal. Well, I think. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. That's that blade of Damocles from the beginning of the video.
Damocles was a great warrior, a revered leader in a vast army. His cowardly commanders abandoned him. Nemesis, the goddess of revenge, allowed Damocles to return to the world as a vengeful spirit. A ghostly, black-armored centurion who would hunt down and kill each of the generals who had wronged him.
Titus, you are a general of Rome. I brought you here to protect me from Damocles. But you are Damocles! Gods protect. You are Damocles!
Indeed I am. And my story is almost at an end. I became driven by one thought, one solitary desire. The desire for vengeance. Vengeance against the Emperor Nero, who had my family butchered. Vengeance against his despicable sons, who betrayed my legion!
I have so much goosebumps going on right now, it's insane.
I'd have to return to where my journey began. Return to my home.
Danger surrounded me on my journey back to Rome. The evil which had plagued Britain had now infected this city. Starving refugees from our once free Rome lined the roads, telling tales of deprivation and torture. The rule of law lay shattered. My life's solitary purpose was to return to Rome and end the evil that you created, Nero. To prevent you from destroying the Rome that I love, and to return it to its people.
Why? Why, oh gods, why?
Oh, that was a great movie.
You see, Marius?
There she is.
It's not always in distant lands that our greatest enemies lurk.
Who are you? Why did this happen? My father was a hero of Rome.
Your father was a great general and a popular senator. Too popular, perhaps. The Emperor is a jealous man. A petty man. Your father lived to serve Rome. Emperor Nero serves only himself. He seeks power for the sake of power. He believes himself a god. A cold wind from the north whispered poisonous words in the Emperor's ear.
Her counterpart.
Your father and other like-minded men wanted to return Rome to its people. So the Emperor had them murdered. After all, that is what emperors do. The spoils of his greed were divided between his sons, Basilius and Commodus. he lavished upon them great powers and responsibilities for which they were unworthy. Rome is failing its children, Marius. You are a vital piece in the game of man. And you, like all of us, have a role to play. Damocles, spirit of vengeance. The fate of the Empire is in your hands. Save Rome. Save Rome from them.
I needed entry to the Emperor's tournament. This could be granted by just one man, so I paid him a visit.
Damocles?
I come for the tournament.
Ah! You're a gladiator. Oh. The mythical armor is a fine touch indeed. You gave me quite the show. Only the most skilled fighters can enter the tournament. Let me see if you fight as well as you dress.
My brother Commodus may have a contender here. Bravo! This just keeps getting better. Bring on the next act! A champion of the arena, all the way from Batavia. Justinius!
Watch yourself. This one is serious.
Come, meet me in my quarters. You want to fight for your emperor? And you shall.
Here is your scroll of entry. Don't lose it. You've transformed killing into an art form. I, however, express myself in different ways. Here is some of my more recent work. I've just completed the final embellishments. It's a gift from my father, the Emperor. It's an amazing piece of work, if I may say so myself. Containing a hidden surprise. A small compartment inside the head that will make it cry the finest white wine to symbolize his great love for the Empire. Though I suppose it could be made to quite anything, really.
Anything?
Blood. So much blood. Grey mountains drag down the Senate. The streets of Rome will run red. Red with blood. I've seen you in my dreams. Cut me loose if you wish to know your future. Fallen hero of Rome. Spirit of vengeance. Damocles. Damocles shall be slain by the great General Maris. And that general shall be slain by Damocles. But Emperor Nero, he can only die by his own sword. You cannot kill him.
Let me show you how to go from a sketch of an idea to a real working app in Airtable within minutes. I had this idea to create a dashboard in the style of like a streaming service homepage where each card would be one of our products.
Commodus was next. Here at the Colosseum, he would show all Rome his great victories and claim our deeds as his own. Now I would earn the right to fight him and cut this poison from the heart of Rome. I would have my vengeance.
Can't wait to get out there and fight. You don't have a clue. You'll be slaughtered in the first wave. I've fought in every arena. No man's put me down yet. This is the Colosseum. You aren't meant to fight. You are meant to die.
Here come the gladiators!
Which one will prove himself in the arena?
So this part right here, they have a bit of a multiplayer type of situation in this game where you're literally fighting in this Coliseum under different circumstances of different enemies. It's pretty fun. I used to play that shit all day back in like 2013, 2014. You even unlock like certain powers and gifts from like the gods to help you out and shit. It's pretty cool.
Swiftly did Commodus move through the forests, swiftly like a wolf. The 14th Legion ran into a trap. The Britons and their archers pinned down our brave soldiers. Would Commodus be able to save them?
I misremembered. There were actually many more murderous, feral warriors. Damocles has been brilliant, hasn't he? So brilliant that I want his head. 1,000 denaries to whoever brings it to me.
Seven Wars 9! Sorry, Damocles. It's 1,000 denarii. I'll make it quick, Damocles.
Look at you, vengeful Damocles! Emulating the feats of the great General Commodus? What nonsense! I destroyed the Britons single-handed! You struggle even with all this help! Not bad, gladiator! But don't forget who's the real star of the show. Me! Not some stupid gladiator! Me! Oh, come on, Damocles!
I can see this guy struggling. He's struggling. Oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final act approaches. Commodus will destroy the aqueduct. What a finale!
Over the last decade, I have vanquished every nation that dared stand against us. I am the greatest general ever to lead Rome and her peoples. Today, you have had the honor, yes, the honor of witnessing the slaughter of every gladiator sent in against me. These once great and feared gladiators now lie dead.
General! Your leader! Your savior!
Guido, I must confess I'm more than a little worried.
Why so, my emperor?
Damocles has been fighting like a lion all day and still looks alarmingly strong.
Fear not for your son's life, my emperor.
I fear not for that little shit's life, you fool. I fear for my purse. I've wagered a fortune on him to win.
I will shorten the odds. Your purse is safe. Oh. And so is the little shit.
Your general! Your savior! Your God!
Say you are protecting Rome. Who will protect you from me? Stinking, putrid filth! Curse you! Am I not the greatest? Silence!
Come on, Damocles. Take your vengeance.
Over here! I'm Commodus,
No.
you fool! I'm Commodus! I'm Commodus!
The show's over for you, Damocles. Which one of these prodigious warriors is the true Commodus? Is it him? Now we get serious. Pathetic! Get him! That poison. Can't take any chances, Damocles. You understand. I know I'm immortal, but the plebs can be so fickle. One lucky blow from you and my reputation.
Take your last breath, Commodus.
Yo, let's fucking go.
Vengeance! You are next!
I love it.
Give in! Give in!
Oh shit. Oh man.
I've only ever known one man who can fight like that. Let us finish what your father started, Marius. Quickly, we need to get out of here. The Senate is nothing but frightened old men. They no longer listen to truth nor reason. I warned them about Britannia, but to no avail. Commodus has held the legions back, doing nothing, whilst a massive barbarian army has swarmed across the Empire, wreaking havoc as it closes in on Rome.
The Britons?
Yes. And their army has grown tenfold. Everyone who opposes Rome has allied with them. Even tribes from faraway lands have sent them massive beasts of war. The Emperor and Commodus have made enemies. So many enemies. And across the Empire, these barbarians have seen how weakened we have become under Nero's rule. They mean to destroy us. Destroy the Empire. With Commodus gone, they'll ask me to assume command. And I'll need my best men if we're going to hold Rome. When I suspected it was you in the arena, I readied this.
The Emperor must die.
And he will. But we must save Rome first. I need you now, Marius. Fight for your father. Fight for your legion. Fight for Rome.
Man, if they were to make a game like this in this day and age,
Once her fate was in my hands,
oh my god.
now, she spearheaded the army of 1,000 tribes. Their giant beasts of war bore down on our gates. The evils of a rotten empire visited upon its capital. We must all answer for our choices, Nero. But it's the people of Rome that now pay for yours. Ah, Boudica. Your fight was not with Rome itself, but with Nero, who had our fathers murdered. And we will be avenged. But if Rome falls, then our world will descend into darkness. Chaos will lay waste to civilization. I will never let that happen.
city defenses will funnel the bastards down into this one square. They could outnumber us by 1,000 to 1 here, but the confined space will take away that advantage. And, God's be willing, Rome will see another dawn. Here they come. Hold steady. Hold steady. There's no end to the filthy bastards. We have to hold them here. Fire at will!
I'll lead the counter-charge. I need every man we can spare.
No, I will lead the charge.
You'll never make it back.
I can hardly let you have all the glory now, can I?
I got one challenge for you. Try Whisper Flow once. One time. And I promise you'll understand why I
Marius, son of Rome. Rise. There is still time. Your destiny awaits you.
Look around you. How will I prevent the fall of Rome? All is lost.
Don't waste time pulling off the petals. Cut off the head.
Boudica. Boudica.
General, we can't hold them back for much longer.
Boudica.
Sir? Sir, I don't know for how much longer we can... The gods do not favor us. We must...
Fall back. Flee. Is that where you left your post to tell me? Is that why you left your men? We have been summoned by the gods, and you want to flee? I should kill you myself. You bring dishonor to your men. You bring dishonor to me. You bring dishonor to Rome! I swear to you, Centurion, Rome will not fall. Not today. Today, we fight. Signal whatever's left of the 6th Legion to come about and reinforce the west flank. Pull the 5th out of the old quarter to do the same. I'll find whatever's left of the 14th and take on the enemy in front of the palace.
Go! Understood.
The front line will hold. Even if I have to hold it myself.
This shit is fucking godlike. Huh. Oh, man.
We meet again, Roman. This time yield or pay the price.
And let you destroy Rome. Never!
We can't both win. And I've come too far to let you stand in my way. Marius, son of Rome. We're not much different, you and I. Fate has made us enemies. But in another life.
In another life, perhaps. Not in this one.
No. Not in this one. Do it, Roman. Do it.
Centurion Severus to me!
This is a callback to the beginning of the game.
When the barbarians see it, they'll run. The battle will be ours.
Since you're clearly not here to protect me,
What now?
You had my family murdered. You have left Rome in ruins. Everything that has happened, all this needless death, your jealousy, your vanity, and your arrogance has caused it all.
Wait! Have you forgotten the Oracle's prophecy? Emperor Nero can only die by his own sword. You can't kill me, only I can. You said so yourself. You'll anger the gods. Hand me your dagger, General. Then I can at least die as an emperor. Even if I never lived as one. You said the barbarians be defeated. So, it's not them pounding up that door. Those are my Praetorians. Guards! Guards! Damocles is here! He's here to kill me! Protect me now!
Marius, my good man. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? How hard I've worked to tease all these pieces into place.
That was the dagger that killed his father.
Leontius is dead, my emperor. This is not the time, Boudica. Run.
Why?
It's simple. To destroy Rome and end this foolish notion of civilization.
Marius, watch out!
Mortals play your games. We gods play ours.
But the game has rules.
Yeah, it's almost over actually. It's about maybe like 10 more minutes. Yep, it was a setup by the gods. Like she said, you know, we have rules, but the winter spirit was playing by his own rules.
What is
Ah,
an AI
fucking
pen
Christ.
test? Well, this is the latest buzz in the security world, and in 60 seconds, I'll attempt to explain how it all works. Essentially,
He did say he can only die by his own sword. Literally. The gods' influence. But they're still bound by certain rules. This is the spirit that's been helping Marius, the summer spirit. And this is her counterpart.
In time, Rome healed, and her civilization once more grew and flourished. The city, saved by an unsung hero, would go on to stand for thousands of years. Rome would endure. From then until the last days of man.
That was it. That was it. Yep. That is all she wrote. That was a 2013 Xbox One launch title. And thanks to the Sony fanboys that were posing as gaming journalists those many years ago, they absolutely destroyed this game in the media. And because, you know, many gamers are typically influenced by those fucking people, many copies of the game wasn't sold. And Microsoft looked at it as just, it was a failed project. And it was never given the opportunity to really, to grow. I had, several years ago, I had several ideas that they could have done involving those same spirits. And it was obvious it was a game to them. And I felt it was such a great story. You know, the hero died in the end, but that doesn't mean that he can't be resurrected, you know, or even if they wanted to go with a different character in a different civilization. Like, there was so many different things that they could have done with this particular story, with this franchise, but it never got the chance. And, you know, I 100% believe that what that game offered, that was definitely good enough to at least have a sequel. And as one of my members mentioned earlier, that the game actually had about a 4.2 rating in terms of the Xbox store. Because an Xbox, I don't know about PlayStation, but on the Xbox store, you can vote on the games and stuff. And, you know, it's a game that definitely was really good. It's not perfect. And I can tell by the way the guy was playing in the video game, there was a lot more you could do. There was a lot more executions you could do. So because I was like, yeah, he's kind of not using this one, he's not using that one. But like, you can level up your character and you can unlock new like fatalities and different, and he wasn't even using the but there was a couple of things he wasn't using. I think he was just playing pretty basic, but it was really just to just highlight the story, which I think that, you know, that was good, you know. And I remember when I first got the game, I'll never forget it. It was really, really, really good. It was really enjoyable. And it's funny that many of the, like, I've seen a few of these guys, these journalists back then, they were saying how the game is easy. And I remember I played the game in the highest difficulty setting, to where if you get hit like once or twice, you're dead. And you know, when you know a game very well and you're watching other people play it, I don't know if anybody can relate to this, but I can tell when somebody is playing on the easiest difficulty. I can fucking tell. I can damn sure tell when they're not playing on the hardest setting. I can tell that. And a lot of the critiques I've seen from the journalists back then, 2013, 2014, that were complaining about the game, I could look at their gameplay and see that they were not playing on the hardest difficulty. I can see that. So if you're complaining that a game is too easy, but you're not playing the game in the hardest setting, like, what are we talking about here? So it really left a bad taste in my mouth when it came to these fucking journalists, because they were really full of shit. And another game that actually was really good, it wasn't a launch title, but it came out a little bit after, it was called Quantum Break. And that was another great game. And you know, that one had the what's his name? The actor that played Iceman in one of the original X-Men movies. He did a really good job. And the story was pretty solid. It dealt with like time, like I think like time travel or something like that. And it even had like its own like video. It had its own story, like real life, like a real life story. Not real life. What I mean, like it was like watching an actual show. And the choices you made while watching the show will dictate how the game goes. So what the journalists were fucking saying for that game, they were saying that you can't play the game without the show, because they were complaining that it was taking too much gigabyte space on the hard drive and shit like this. When in reality, you didn't have to download the show. So that was all a fucking lie. But at that time, like I said, the hate for Xbox One back then was real. And I can 100%, I can guarantee you that if Rise Son of Rome was a PlayStation exclusive, it would have gotten way better reviews. But because it was an Xbox exclusive, they absolutely shit on it. And that's what they did. And I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. It was one of the most fucked up things in my opinion that happened in gaming. That Rise Son of Rome never got a fair deal. And that's not to say that, you know, it would have been like a roaring success. I don't know. But at least it did. I felt it was worth at least making a sequel. And then if it would have succeeded or failed, it would have been on that. But the fact that it didn't get nothing, it was just I just felt like it was a fucking screw job if I've ever seen one. And then over the years, I have heard people, you know, call for a sequel, and I've heard rumors here and there that Crytek, you know, they were figuring out if they wanted to pull the trigger on it. But I see that if they were to ever make like an updated version of the game, like a remastered or something, that would give me a little bit of hope. Because usually whenever they make a remake or remaster of something, they're generally looking to restart or reignite the franchise without committing too much resources. So I'm hoping at some point, but you know, it's just crazy that you know, the franchise was killed because of the influence of so-called game journalists. So that was really, really fucked up. And you know, but like I said, another game was Quantum Break. That was another game that was really good. When it first came out, it was very, very graphically demanding. Like I heard people, I heard even some of my PC friends that it was even hard to run on a PC. Like it took so much resources. I'm pretty sure it's fine now, but back then, and I think it came out 2015, 2016, it was very difficult to optimize. The game was just really something. It was a general action game, action shooter. You had like different time powers where you could like cast like a time bubble around the enemy to where time stopped for the enemy. You can shoot your bullets and it would freeze all of the bullets, and then once the time bubble end, all the bullets will collide into the enemy at once for like more damage and shit like that. You had like certain force type powers. It was really interesting. It was really interesting. That's another game worth. I mean, I feel like I should probably just play this shit on stream, honestly. You know, that's probably what I should do. Maybe one day. I know it's not going to get a lot of attention like me talking about, you know, Tekken or that bullshit ass game, but you know, maybe I'll just do it for me. So I can kind of look back on the stream maybe a year or two later and be like, yeah, you know, this is when I played it. You know, something for me. But shit, it's like 4 hours and 30 minutes so far. I'm pretty sure there's like hardly nobody here. Let me see. 11 people? Wow, I'm surprised. But yeah, you know, I appreciate everybody like, you know, checking me out, and this was interesting. This was a first. I've never watched something that long on a stream before. So that was different, you know. So appreciate those who rocked out with me, and I was able to kind of show some people who may have never even heard of Rise Son of Rome, you know, show them something good. So, and also the two people that graciously sent me a super chat, you know, I appreciate them. You know, maybe in the future I'll earn some more stuff and grow the channel, and you know, and kind of, you know, maybe I'll get to like, you know, one of those channels that's like super large to where maybe I can influence some of these foolish developers out there to actually start listening to their gaming community, because right now, you know, Call of Duty definitely needs help. That community is frustrated. Dead or Alive community is frustrated. I think even Mortal Kombat is frustrated. So, you know, hopefully those communities will get games that they appreciate, you know, where the developers will actually start listening to them. You know, I would love to be, believe me, I would love to be able to have a game code and really give like viable reviews, because I think it's very difficult for some people to really review a game objectively. This is why when I complain about Tekken 8, I'll give Tekken 8 its praise. There are things that Tekken 8 does exceedingly well as a fighting game. However, I can't help but not call out those mechanics. Now, of course, you know, if I'm commissioned to do something, I'm not going to be as, you know, overtly brash. You know, there's a way to do things in a tactful way, you know, but I think I think it's a skill. It's an actual skill, you know. It's like, even if you're looking at if you look at a role-playing game, for instance, like those are a little bit more difficult because you have to put more time into them, because a role-playing game is very story-centric. A fighting game is a little bit easier. Play a few online matches. You're gauging the net code. You're getting a general sense of the characters. But it's, you know, but like if you're trying to review something like a Kingdom Come Deliverance or Witcher, like you're having to spend a long time because you have to like really digest the story. You have to see how it's written. You have to see how the characters may or may not have been developed. So the combat of an RPG is not really the make or break of that genre. It's really the story and the character development. So whereas like a game like Ninja Gaiden 4, a game like Ninja Gaiden, for instance, that's more of an action game. So the story can take a little bit of a back seat because the main mover of action games are the fucking action. It just helps if it has a great story. But, you know, so it just, I feel like it is a skill. And there are some channels I follow if I really want to look at some good reviews. I don't agree with you're not going to get everybody to agree with you all the time. But I feel like just kind of saying, oh, this game is trash. And I think there is, it gets very nuanced. It's like with Dragon Age the Veilguard. That game, for this generation, it's a well-polished game. But what most gamers know of it is the fucking non-binary, the transsexual, top surgery scars, all of that shit. And it's hard for people to get past that. It really is. And this is why when I look at Dragon Age the Veilguard, I look at it, let me look at the graphics, let me look at the combat, what you can, what you can't do, which includes the magic, which includes the animations, which includes hit detection. Are enemies, are they reacting? Customization, armor, progression. Do you feel like your character is getting stronger? Does it just seem like it's just something like an afterthought? With an RPG, the story can go one of two ways. You're either on a story that's very linear, or you're playing a story like The Witcher, where the story has lots of dialogue options. Are those dialogue options reflected and paid off later on in the game? One of the main issues with Dragon Age the Veilguard is that there's only 3 or 4 decisions in the entire game that have any real bearing on the story. And a lot of the OG Dragon Age fans that have gone through Veilguard, they justifiably have that as a criticism. Because Dragon Age, one of the pillars of that franchise was choice. So, if it was like a Final Fantasy style game, those stories are generally more linear. So yeah, but it would be nice one day to get to a point where I could get some codes or whatever. I mean, I'll admit I'll be a little nervous because I'd obviously want to do the best job I could, So that would be, doing something for the first time, but I would definitely put my all into it. But who knows? Things would, miracles can happen. Miracles can happen. But yeah, I understand that, there's people who there's people on the surface that'll hear my criticisms of Tekken and they just think that I hate the entire game, which is the furthest things from the truth. But depending on when they catch my stream, they probably missed the part where I'm saying all of the good shit. Or if I make a video about it, they may just completely ignore the good shit I've said and just focus on the negative. So it's kind of like that. That's the thing when you're doing content creation, or if you're a speaker, like people, they cherry pick what they want to hear. So I can give a list of positives and a list of negatives, but some people will just only focus on the negatives, and it'll make it like I have nothing good to say, even though I did, but that's not what's caught. So that's the thing that kind of gets frustrating, where when people may clip you and post things on social media, and it's like, oh, okay, well, you're just some hater, or you're a grifter, or what have you, and it's like, okay, well, you're taking me out of context. But then by the time you get to those people, they probably don't want to hear what you have to say, because they're already convinced of what they think you are. And that's the thing that's a tricky road right there. So, but you know, that's what happens when you're kind of doing this sort of thing. So it gets frustrating. You know, I'm very low on patience as it is, you know, when it comes to people's bullshit. You know, I'll give people chances. If somebody asks me a question, I have no problem answering. If they're ignorant to something, if I know it, I'll share it. But there's too many people that, instead of just saying, hey, I just don't know, they want to weave like some crazy story. And then that, because they have a lot of influence, that story now gains traction, and now that's taken as the new truth. That's the shit that really annoys me. That's the thing that annoys me. It's like, that's where I've even said about the whole anime thing. I'm like, look, you know, I tell these guys, now I've watched anime in the past. I mean, come on, but I'm not like a nerd with it. I'm not like, that's not my thing. Like, I'm not watching anime every fucking day. You know what I'm saying? So when they came out with that character for Tekken, you know, I legitimately didn't know. So from my perspective, because perception is reality, as the old saying goes, I'm looking at this character, I'm like, well, from me, he was a random, obscure character that only the hardcore anime nerds would know. And that's exactly what I said. I didn't say the character sucked. I didn't say the character was shit. I didn't say any about that. But from my perspective, knowing Final Fantasy, knowing this other character, I'm like, well, why are they, you know, I didn't hear about the character. So, but in that particular example, people just automatically just ran to, oh, he's shitting on the character. He's shitting on the show, Baki. And I did no such thing. But that's what the mob does online. And when you're a content creator, streamer, unfortunately, you kind of open yourself up for it. So that's the thing that just kind of, you know, you got to take the good with the bad. Because there's a lot of times people will take you completely out of context. And they just really don't, you know, they don't know. And, you know, it is what it is. You know, different games, they have their pluses and minuses. You know, there are people that love Final Fantasy 15. There's some people who hate Final Fantasy 15. Some people prefer Final Fantasy 16. Some people prefer the older games. Some people prefer the Metaphor, Refantasio. Some people prefer Dragon Age. Some people, like, everybody in every genre has their own preferred thing. And a lot of times, what one person may prefer, like if they prefer vanilla, they're going to shit on chocolate. If they prefer chocolate, they're going to shit on vanilla. It's not so common you're going to have somebody that says, hey, I prefer vanilla, but chocolate is not bad either. It's not for me, but I'm not going to condemn it. So that's where it's like I think that's the thing that really separates people that can be objective when looking at like two different things and say, hey, you know what? I don't like it, but I can still give an honest critique of it. And maybe, you know, I don't like it, but maybe you might like it. You know what I'm saying? That I think that takes a certain skill, in my opinion. And I don't think many people are good at it. I at least from what I've seen. It's much easier to say, oh, this game is shit, this game is this. But when you have to like really go in and kind of like dissect the game and be like, okay, well, this part of the game, you know, I like the graphics, okay, the performance of the game, I like the magic, or maybe like for instance, there's a game called ADVIII. A lot of people are shitting on this game called ADVIII. It was made by the same people that made Pillars of Eternity. ADVIII, once I played the game, because I didn't play ADVIII at launch, the criticism of that game was that all of the NPCs were static. Nobody moved, you know. So when you would go to a village, you would see an NPC, but nobody is moving. Nobody is moving around. Now, for me, somebody who played original Final Fantasy games, there wasn't really much movement in those towns. I mean, there was some, but it wasn't like a bustling, you know, this is like old Nintendo. So I understand that gamers of today, they've gotten used to like Elder Scrolls and games like that, where you'd have more dynamic villages and stuff like that, where you shoot an arrow into the sky and you'll see the arrow drop to the ground, you know. However, by the time I got to play ADVIII, I was like, yo, this game is not bad. Like, I was like, but I didn't know that they had several updates to the game, because my attention was on something else. I can't remember what it was. It might have been Cyberpunk or so. So when I went back and I was like, all right, let me see what was going on with this game. And then I learned that they had a few updates. One update, they enhanced the path tracing of the NPCs in villages to where now when you go into villages in ADVIII, there's a lot more movement. There's more, like, it's a little bit more lively. They enhance some of the animations. They improve the performance of the game. Like, there was a lot they did, but people were still saying, "Oh, the game is shit." And it's like, I know when I played I was like, you know, I enjoyed it. Were there things that I kind of didn't really like? Yeah. You know, there were a couple of things I would have changed. You know, the third person view, the animation of the character movement, that needs work. So I mostly play the game in first person. So when I play the game, you know, usually I'm a sword and shield kind of guy. And then I usually either do magic or play as a rogue in the second playthrough. So I really liked how they handled the combat in the game. You know, I like that I like how dynamic it felt. I like the counterattacks. I like there was like this meter that if you're defending against the enemy, it triggers like a counter hit strike that looked real satisfying. And then I also remembered that when the game came out, the mage class was very, very strong. The ranger and the knight or the soldier, they were kind of lacking. So one of the updates I read was that they enhanced those other two classes, and they gave, you know, more skills that kind of rounded out their build. And so they put forth some good work into the game, you know, and so I really enjoy the Avowed. Now, maybe at launch, you know, maybe it was deserving of the criticisms. I don't know, because I didn't play it at launch. But by the time I played it, pretty solid game. Pretty solid game, you know. The romance options, you know, not all games are going to have romance options. Like that was one of the things that I didn't really like about the Outer Worlds. There was only one romance in that game, and it was between two lesbians. And so I wasn't a fan of that. I thought that was kind of like, you know, whatever. Just use that as an example. And but I personally don't need romance in a game. You know, it helps. It's fun. But I don't like, it's not a make or break for me. You know, what makes a break for me is if there's like game breaking glitches, if you know, when you save the game, you know, if your data is deleted, like shit like that, yeah, that you need to get a handle on. Like if you're saving the game and your data is getting corrupted, you need to lock in and fix that. Those are like things you have to fix as soon as it becomes an issue. But like, you know, weapon animations, you can touch that up later in like, you know, later patches and stuff like that. But I think the team did a pretty good job with Avowed. So much so that they're confident in it that there's gonna be a sequel. You know, so they're gonna be an Avowed 2. I know some people are probably bothered that there's gonna be no continuation for the Outer Worlds for a third game. But maybe that might change. I haven't fully played through Outer Worlds 2. In fact, I don't think I must have played like 5 minutes of Outer Worlds 2. I've been meaning to kind of try it out and play it myself. But yeah, I mean, they're moving forward with Avowed, you know. You know, but you know, but we all know like what she just said, Blood of the Dawnwalker, that's an entirely different realm, you know, that's like I mean, these are the guys that made Witcher, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, they're masters at their craft, you know what I'm saying? I hope, I'm hoping, I doubt it, but I hope that there's like at least if there could be a small demo for the game. I'm always hoping for a demo. I'm always hoping, but if there isn't one, I'm likely going to still buy the game anyway, you know, based on what I've seen. But so I'm not worried too much about Blood of the Dawnwalker. I'm not. I mean, there's one thing I would have liked to have seen different, but I think I talked about that in a stream a while ago. But overall, I'm pretty confident in that game. I'm confident in the upcoming Adventures of Elliot game. That's an automatic purchase for me. And in fact, I'm even interested in the what's that game? Gothic, the Gothic remake. That's you know, that's really interesting to me. So, you know. Yeah, the thing I know later on today, I'll get a little bit of money, so I'm likely going to upgrade my Game Pass to Ultimate. So I'll have access to Outer Worlds 2 at that point. So I might download it and mess around with it. I might just do that. And because when I look at the Ultimate tier for Game Pass for me, honestly, there really isn't a lot of games that I'm like, ooh, I gotta have Ultimate to play this game. It really isn't like I don't know if Microsoft meant to do this, but they have so much good shit on the premium tier that it's almost like you kind of don't really need to do Ultimate, you know? I would say like the only things on Ultimate, in fact, let me go on my Xbox real quick. I can just show this in real time instead of talking about it. Let me go remote. Let me act it. So I think after this, I'll probably wind down, but I just want to like get this off my chest real quick. All right, so let me full screen that. All right, let's go back to OBS and let's activate the game capture. Do that. All right, so if I go to, so we got Game Pass here. I think there was a part. Where is it? There's a part. Okay. So this part here. So upgrade to Game Pass Ultimate. Okay. So all of the games here, which aren't many, these are the things that's part of the Ultimate. Now, obviously, you got Forza 6. I'm kind of interested in. I've heard of Echo Generation 2. It's like a role-playing game. It's not something that would like, ooh, I gotta play this game. I'm not into sports games anymore. This game, I've seen the preview of it. It looks, I might give it a try. But in terms of like what would really get me to sign up for Ultimate, is really Forza. If we count, it's Forza 6, Ninja Gaiden 4. That's 2. This is 3. I'm curious about this one. That's 4. Keeper, I've already played. Avatar, I'm curious about, but it's not like a mover for me. High on Life 2, I'm interested in, but I've heard it has a lot of glitches, but I would still give it a try. Scott Pilgrim, I played that one already. UFC 5, not really interested. Dead Space, I actually own that game. Aphelion, I can take it or leave it. Zao, I can take it or leave it. Hot Pursuit, not really. Mio, 100%. This is basically like one of my main type of games. Replaced, this is another game that I really interested in. Lost in Random, that's solid. Battlefield, I've already played. Assassin's Creed Mirage, I've played it already. It Takes Two, I've seen it. I think it was on, wasn't that on a PlayStation, I think? I'm not too sure. Prince of Persia, I'm interested in. So out of a lot of the, like, there really isn't a lot of games here that's like, ooh, I got to get Ultimate. So, because if I go to what I have, Premium has a whole bunch of crazy shit. But there are still some games here that I do want to try. So my thing is, if you're kind of strapped for cash, which has kind of like been the case for me, just staying in the premium tier for me is good enough. But, in like the next 2 hours, when it's like after midnight, I'll have a few dollars. So I'm just going to upload to Ultimate and try some of these games. So here's Outer Worlds 2 right here. So if I even look at the ratings, see what people are saying about it. So it's a 3.7. So this guy says it's mid in an actual midway. So some people, they give good feedback, good critiques. But at the end of the day, it really just comes down to you playing the game yourself. But The routine game. Now, this is a pretty interesting game. It looks absolutely phenomenal. It's kind of like a survival horror type game. You're like on a space station. It's pretty interesting. So I definitely want to try this game for myself. Graphically, it looks phenomenal. They definitely put their fucking, you know, they really went out of their way graphically for this game. It's very unique. So I definitely want to like try it out for myself. Yeah, it's definitely not, you know, it's not for everybody. But I am interested, like, just artistically, and it looks very unique. They're trying different things. So I'm willing to give it a try. Now, I wouldn't buy it, but because it's on Game Pass, you know, I'll give it a try. And then the thing with the Affiliate game, you know, I'm like, I'll give it a try. But like something like this, Replaced, I've been following this particular game for a while, and it was more like kind of like my style of game. You know, it's kind of like dystopian, side-scrolling. I like these style of games. So I'm definitely interested in this and to mess around with this particular game. Yeah, Echo Generation, I messed with the first game. It's one of those things I can take it or leave it. You know, I can take it or leave it. But yeah, the Stranger Than Heaven game, I'm looking forward to that one as well. I'm definitely looking forward to that, especially since I watched some of the behind the scenes, and you know, I watched a couple of videos on the game. In fact, that's what kind of convinced me to give Gothic Remake a try, because I was watching a lot of the developer videos on that. So I did the same thing with the Stranger Than Heaven. There was like this big showcase, I guess, and they showed like Snoop Dogg and his son, and they were talking about their roles within the game. It looked really interesting. So, you know, I'm going to give that a try. You know, I haven't played Replaced yet because, you know, like I said, this is Ultimate. So I haven't had Ultimate membership for like about 3 or 4 months. So I'll be updating it probably tomorrow. So I'll mess around with it. I might even play it on stream, actually. I'm gonna also, I'll say it again, I'm gonna stream the PlayStation show. I think that's June 2nd. So I'm gonna do that. And so yeah. Yeah, Snoop Dogg and his son, they play pivotal characters in the game. So it's it looks really good. It looks really good. I can't even, you know, like I was very surprised. It got me to even re-downloading where is it at? Where did I put it? Okay, I didn't add it here just yet, or did I? Nope. So the Like a Dragon game, I downloaded that again, so you know, it definitely got me interested in trying that again. And then after playing the demo of this and seeing that this game is only $20, I don't know, man. I think I might pull the trigger on this one too. You know, it's $19.99, so I'm like, fuck it, you know. So I might pull the trigger on this one. So, but I don't know. We'll have to see, because you know, Game Pass Ultimate is like $22. It's gonna be $25 with tax. So money can add up. Money can add up, you know, real fast. So, but I think this is a good deal. You know, normally I see it's $40. So, and based on the demo I played, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, there's so many, like even games here. Like I would love to get almost all the games here. Dragon's Dogma 2, I've never played it. Tainted Grail, I want that. First Kazan, this is like a fucking anime style, like kind of like an anime inspired like look to a Souls-like game. So this is like, there's a demo for this game. So I might re-download the demo actually. But it's definitely up my alley. I really enjoyed it, but you know, I just didn't have the money to buy all these things. Yeah, I've never played Neo, but people tell me this is, well, I mean, I've played the demo of this game, and it's kind of more in line with like a Souls-like game. Just the art style is different. But when this game first came out, I wanted to buy it, but you know, I had to. Life was lifing, so I had to, you know. I had to move my money somewhere else. I don't know why. Whenever I watch embedded game trailer videos, it always goes like this. I don't know if it's something with the issue. It can't be on me because I have flawless internet, so it has to be something on their end. But I played the demo of this game and I really like it. I still want to get Crimson Desert, so it's like, you know, I don't have the money to buy all of them, but they're definitely on my radar. I am looking forward to this though. Yeah, I will definitely be playing this because this is Final Fantasy III. Well, in America, but in Japan it was Final Fantasy VI. And this stars arguably the greatest villain of all of Final Fantasy, which is Kefka. So I'll definitely be looking to mess with this. Thankfully, it's on Game Pass. Yeah, like a lot of people who criticize Crimson Desert, really, they're approaching it from like, oh, it doesn't have the story of like a Witcher or like a really popular RPG. I mean, there's a story because I know about the game. I was following it before it came out because it got on my radar from me playing Black Desert many years ago. And originally, Crimson Desert was going to be an MMO. But then they decided to make it more of a single player experience, but they still have MMO aspects to the game. But basically, Crimson Desert is an open world sandbox game. So the whole point of Crimson Desert is you're in this massive world and you're able to do a lot of different shit. So while there isn't, I mean, there is a story to the game, but it's not like, you know, it's not like a super in-depth story. And I think people, when they were approaching this game, they were expecting like, oh, I'm going to get like a Witcher 3 style story. Like, no, it's not that deep. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that you have so much things you can do in this game, that's really the appeal. And I think if people go into this game from that perspective, that you're going into this world and you're making your own way within the world of Crimson Desert, then I think those people will enjoy the game more. If people are going into Crimson Desert expecting this Odyssey style narrative, then they're probably going to be a little bit disappointed. But yeah, there's a lot out there. You know, it's a great time to be a gamer, I'll tell you that much. I enjoy playing my Tunic, even though I had some guy in the chat one time say, "Oh, you're playing like a game that's for 5-year-olds or some shit like that." Man, I love these little fucking games. I love me some Tunic. Shit, fuck that. Just like I enjoy Hollow Knight, even though I haven't played it as much as I should. But I enjoy these type of games. I'm from that era, you know. And if I really want to go even further back, shit, what y'all know about Jade Empire? Shit, this game is fucking. This was from the era when BioWare was BioWare. Before BioWare got corrupted. This is one of BioWare's greatest projects. This is one of their greatest projects, period. 4.8 rating. 4.8 rate, bro. You're not fucking with this. 90% 5 stars out of 403 reviews. So this was back when, you know, and this guy, I've waited a sequel for almost 20 years. Yeah, this game is fucking godlike. I think I'm probably gonna stream this game at some point, like from beginning to end. Well, not from beginning, but several streams. I'll probably give like a good few hours, and then probably go back to it, you know, later on. But Jade Empire, Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, I have, man, shit. Like, I got my lineup right here. We got my fucking Castlevania Lords of Shadows 1 and 2, Jade Empire, Knights of the Old Republic. Let me look at the rating on this. 4.7. I'm not surprised. And the difference here is that this is a 4.7 rating out of 2,754 people. Jade Empire only had 400 something. So that means that the more people you have to vote on something, the more chances you have of the score going down, because that's more people that's, you know, that could potentially say, "Oh, I don't like the game." But yeah, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic is it is, I would say it is one of the best Star Wars games ever. It is one of the best stories ever. So that's definitely another thing I feel like streaming. And of course, Star Wars Force Unleashed. If you want to talk about action, oh my God. And even these two games have a really good story as well. And when I talk about the voice acting of Rise, Son of Rome, which we just watched the cutscenes of, the voice acting of this game, absolutely masterful. Absolutely masterful. This whole story between 1 and 2, I even played the DLC, and the DLC of the first game actually shows you how Gabriel became Dracula. So that was it was really a sad story, and it was really fucked up. It was kind of a callback to what you did in this first game, where you helped the daughter of one of the vampires that you were commissioned to go after, and eventually she ends up saving your life. And then for the DLC, it's kind of like now she needs your help, because there's like an entity that is set to be released because you killed all the Lords of Shadows. And the only way to go into the realm to kill this particular threat you have to be of demonic power. And that's where the daughter ends up making you a vampire so that you can save humanity again. And that's why Gabriel was a vampire for Lords of the Shadow 2. And so the story was absolutely phenomenal. Voice acting, top notch. So yeah. The Lords of Shadow is more of like a reboot, from what I understand, than like the old NES games, which I played all of them. But yeah, great story, yeah, I can't say enough about it. So yeah, there's a lot for me to stream and mess around with. So I guess, I don't know, stay tuned. But for now, I'm gonna go to the bodega, get my fucking 2 raisin bagels with cream cheese, and chill out. I appreciate the story of Devil May Cry. I actually have Devil May Cry 5. I played all of them. I don't own them all. But I can't say I was a diehard, I can't say I was a nerd when it came to Devil May Cry. I can't say, but I rocked out with it, but I wasn't heavy on it. But I do love watching the cutscenes. I think it had, especially when I watched the 5th game and and Virgil and Nero and all that stuff, great story, great action. I don't know if they're going to make another game, but we'll see. But there's so much stuff coming on the horizon. Who knows what's going to happen in another year or two? We might have a sequel to Titanfall 3. Titanfall 3 might happen finally, because there's a lot of people been waiting for that. So we'll see. But for now, I'm definitely looking forward to this right here. This game kind of really brings me back to my childhood. So I really enjoy these sort of games. In fact, I might play this shit later on tonight, honestly. And after I finish eating my bagels, of course. But yeah, let me get out of here. I can't believe it's been like 5 hours already. Bloodforge, I definitely I had that game, believe me. So I had that game. I think I actually, if I'm not mistaken, let me look at something here. Because I think I own this game on my other profile. Because on my other profile, this is again, I'm 45 years old. I've played all these games. It took me a while to try this game because I was kind of leery. This came out in 2012. I was 32 years old at this point. But I ended up pulling the trigger on it because I saw a friend of mine play it when I went to go visit. And I was like, "Oh, okay." When I saw that, I was like, I was good. Another game that was really good, and I don't know if it's for backwards compatible or whatever, it was called Shank. That was another good game. Another good I don't think it's is it part of the store? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this game. Oh, they have the second game. Yeah, this was another good, entertaining game as well, I gotta admit. I played the first game. I didn't get a chance to play the second game, but since it's available, I might pick it up. But yeah, this game was mad crazy. This was just some primal ass shit. And also, there was a Wolverine game. There was a Wolverine game that there's some people may not be aware of. And of course, I gotta hold on. So this right here. Wolverine Origins. Everybody is excited about this upcoming Wolverine game, but I'll tell you this much. This game right here was fucking badass. This game was absolutely insane. And I might one day install it to the hard drive and give it another whirl. The upcoming Wolverine game I'm not too sure about. Obviously it's a Sony exclusive, but even when I look at it, I don't know. There's too much of this modern audience stuff going on, and I'm hearing some things about the development of the game that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of making me like give it a side eye. So I don't know. I guess I'll see what happens when the game launches, but beyond a shadow of a doubt, this right here, you can't go wrong with this shit. This fucking game, if you really want to play Wolverine, and like this is it right here. So I don't know if their upcoming Wolverine game, I mean, it's going to look better. I'm sure of that. But you know, if it's going to really capture what Wolverine is, you know, I'll see. Oh, they're going to be showing it on the. Oh, okay. I guess I'll see, because I'll stream that, and we'll see what happens or whatnot. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be pulling that up. I'll make sure I eat something before I start that stream. You know, so that's going to be interesting. The one thing I do know is that on the Xbox side, they've already stated that they're not going to mention anything about the upcoming Xbox. So I don't know if they're going to mention anything about the PS6 in this showcase. But we'll see. But time will tell. But you know, it comes on like tomorrow? Not tomorrow, but day after tomorrow. So we'll see what Sony has on offer. And we'll see. And but the only thing I really know, like I said, the guy Matt Booty from Xbox, he already said that we're not going to be talking about anything Xbox Helix related. We're just going to focus solely on the games coming to the Series X. So I'm wondering if they're going to follow that same plan with the Sony show. So, you know, because based on what I know about the PS6, it's going to be a little bit. I heard that the PS6 will have some AI functionality, but not to the degree of what Microsoft is going to put in. Like they're positioning that console to be more of like a gaming console. They're not going to really be doing anything extra with it. You know, it's going to be definitely far more powerful than what's currently available, but Sony is definitely focusing more on having the PlayStation 6 just be what it's been, like a dedicated gaming console. But Microsoft, you know, I don't know, they're really they have a lot of ambition with this next console, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen. But yeah, I'm just probably gonna I need to get some food. And so I've been, in fact, I've been meaning to kind of get off this stream for like the last 30 to 40 minutes. So, but yeah, so I am out of here. I need to get some food. So I'll talk to y'all later. I've been at this for almost 5 hours and 25 minutes so far. So I need a break. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, tapping in. Guess I'll see y'all on the flip side.